Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Except the volume's too high. How you doing, Max? Max! The mighty Maxathon. Maxapod. Whatever the hell we call it. Pardon the Francais. Yeah. Oh, it's Friday. You know what that means? It's the end of the week. Among other things. You took the day off. Called in sick. You feeling all right, man? What's going on? Taking a break. You deserve a break, Max. Come on. How you feeling? Knowing you, it's got to be pretty bad if you're taking a sick day. It's got to be pretty bad. That's all that life, living on the edge. That's what that is. It'll do you in. It'll catch up to you, Max. It's like being in a constant marathon. Max can handle it. He's got things under control. It's good to see you, Max. I haven't talked to you in a while. Calling in sick before a week off. Yeah, I hear you. So when do you go back? You getting your week off now? Or do you have to go in for a day or two? How's Noro? How's the cats? How are the katzen? How is that going for you? I hope everything's well. Again, I haven't talked to you in so long. It's like, how's life? How's this today? Might as well plug this in. Kleine Katz. Kleine Katze. Excuse me while I crash around here. Try and plug in this optivisor here. Do a little charging, because I haven't fully charged it in days. I still can't type. Let me try that again. Well, let's try and decipher. Little guy, the feral cat, is not the biggest guy. He's as big as both the other cats. Yeah, that something's off there. Little guy, the feral cat, is now the biggest guy. There you go. He's as big as both the other cats. There we go. There we go. A little sense has been made. That's good. So he's doing good then if he's getting that big. Well, that's good. That's good. You got 3 cats wandering around the household. Wow, that's a lot of cats. Litter box must be a major chore. I can only imagine. I need a shave. Things are getting out of control. Which I kind of like now and then. Let's go central. Shall we go central? Want to go central? Let's go central. Oh, just getting started here. It's been slow all week. Oh, gotta remember to mute myself when Max is in town. Gotta be conscious of things here with the mic. Yes, we do. I don't know if I've got my gain up too high. I've been having issues with my sound for a couple weeks now. I haven't gone back and listened to my streams, so I don't know. I think it's all right. Is it picking up any white noise? I did something to it a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure what it was, because people were saying, "Oh, we can't hear you. Everybody else is louder than you. We can't hear you." So I got to fiddling around. Yeah, that's about where it should be. I generally talk soft, because that's the way I like it. For the most part. Till it's time to be dominating and strong, and the voice rises. But this is just a paint-along after all. It's all about ambience. It's all about chillaxing. Audio sound is good so far. So far. Let's keep that in mind. Right now I'm in and out. My wife has run away with the lizard, so I have chosen. My wife found a lizard, so I have to chase that down. Responsibilities. Part of being a man, taking care of the household, protecting the woman. Gotta get out your big club. Go hunting a lizard. I suppose you get a lot of lizards down there. I think we talked about this before. Lizards are rampant in certain parts of the United States, such as California, SoCal, Florida. They're as common as little swallows. They're as common as the birds. They're everywhere. Everywhere. You get used to them. Start giving them nicknames. I know I did. Of course, I do that anyway. It's not just lizards. I even give myself a nickname. The age of the lizards. How's your streams going? I haven't been watching your streams in a while. I haven't been watching any streams, so don't feel too bad. Not that my viewing is important, but I haven't been up on anyone's streams, really. The Legion of Myth. Where's my cup? I gotta bring down my Legion of Myth cup. Didn't get my palette out either. Gotta get some stuff set up. I'm not ready today. What's happening? Boy, these are coming along nice. Max. These are coming along nice. Totally lost track of the batches here. They're all mixed in together. And that's all right. I'll have to sort through some of these, get about 10 of them. We're going to continue working on brown colors. Boy, they're just coming alive. These are going to be so nice. Do some bat reps, Max, if you're interested in watching me do some bat reps. I'm going to have I'm going to have the orcs. These aren't mine, by the way. They're a commission. But for Doom Bunny, actually. But I'm going to use them in a little bat rep. I'm sure Doom will be happy to see them in action before I ship them off. They're going to go up against Jesse's High Elves. That's going to be my inaugural bat rep when I get moved out to the new studio. What I call studio. My new home. I'm going to be living in a studio. Should be in there by the end of the month. Fingers crossed. Hail Freya. Oh yeah, it's going to be good. Streams have been blurring into one. I figured. I forgot what we've been talking about recently. Started the Forbidden... Gotta mute myself there. I'm getting dry mouth. Started the Forbidden Lands deep dive last Sunday. Oh, that'll be interesting. Mark McKinnon joins us. Mark McKinnon. Why is that familiar? I know who that is. I just can't picture it. Joins us this Sunday. Venger joins us next Friday. And the Friday after is Alexander Macros. Ooh, that'll be a good one. He's a really nice guy, man. Not that I know him personally, but most I've done is exchanged emails. But he's, judging from his videos, he seems like a really nice guy. I think he really is. Based as ever. But yeah, he'd be a really good one to talk to. Yeah. I might bookmark that and have a listen. Mark McKinnon, Bessem. Oh, that's where I've heard that before. All right, Bessem. Absolute Power. Discami Publishing. Yeah, I know Bessem. Have you had him on before? This McKinnon character. Has he been on your program before? God, there's only two viewers at the moment. Boy, another slow... This is a slow week. Man. Which is okay by me. I'd like to take my time. McKinnon. Well, I'm glad all things are going well. Looking good. Gotcha. I know the connection to Bessem, but... And I've probably heard the name many, many, many times, but I've never actually... I don't think I've ever seen the guy. So maybe I'll check that out when it comes up, see what's going on with that. Not that the game interests me. I know you're massively in love with Bessem. There's the relationship there. Nora's got to keep her eye on you. That Bessem comes to town, shows a little leg. It's time to pay attention. Life is amazing. if I could send out some alerts. We should see Kyle today. Maybe Karma. We will see. Let's see. Discord. Let me go to Discord real quick here. I'm struggling reading Absolute Power. Absolute Power. It has ideology in it that I don't agree with. Gender. Yeah, I know what you mean. Mark doesn't bring that nonsense up when we talk with him, though. Interesting. I wish games wouldn't do that. I mean, it's so much an agenda. You don't need that in our games. Not that I want to delve into politics or anything, but yeah, you know what I mean. So I'm with you on that. It's at the very least annoying. What was I doing? Wow. Let me see here. Okay. Gotta send out a few messages here real quick. As I do, which I should do before the stream, but I don't care. I don't care. It's all good. You guys know that. Where's Karma? Karma Sunseeker. What is Absolute Power? What is it, a new supplement to the game or something? Probably. Because I don't know. I don't follow Bessem or any of those games that he does, I guess. Not since the first edition of Bessem. Long time ago. When I was getting into the anime. Pretty heavy at the time. Good stuff. Let's bring this guy out. Let's bring this guy out. We're bringing some guys out here. Orcs, rather. I'm farther ahead on these than I thought I was, really. We're getting down to the point where it's going to be just armor and weapons. Let's grab him. This guy's nothing but armor. Well, he's got boots. We'll put him over here. Paint his boots. I do have belts and things to paint. Things go pretty quick. Dale, I saw you pop in yesterday right at the tail end of the stream. How you doing, man? Dale Norbuck. Hope all is well with you. Keeping it real. West Coast style. Keeping it real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 2 more. Let's grab these 2. I got some hoods to paint too. Yaha, yaha. Doing okay? Enjoying Oregon. There you are. That's good to hear. Getting all prepped for the winter. Tell me if my volume, Max, gets a little bit out of control. So I got my coffee here. You know how I am with coffee in the stream. Well, it's good to see you, Dale. Sehr gut. Finally found my paints and brushes so I can start on the chain of command figures. Man, you've been talking about chain of command since the last I talked to you months ago. Kind of gonna get cracking on those. Chain of command. World War II miniatures rules a la bolt action. And maybe we'll see Jesse pop in today too. I fell asleep early last night, so I missed our paint session. He fell asleep. He was in the chat though on Discord, all by himself. Asleep. He fell asleep. So I woke up and I jumped in there. Say, hey, what's going on? You painting? Yeah, I was half awake. I had to bounce him out of the chat. You want to be falling asleep in the chat. Discord. Man. A nerd's nerd. I'm going to need those pics ASAP. Abyssal Dwarves are too cool not to show off at every opportunity. What's that in reference to? Cal, I'm assembling dwarf army. Last units that are not dwarves. And mailed out 2 units. Yeah, I think I read that this morning. Abyssal Dwarves. I got a starter set of Abyssal Dwarves. I think I'm going to be working on them for my fantasy stuff next. Mantix Abyssal Dwarves, basically Chaos Dwarves. They're going to be easy to paint. They're going to be fun. They'll be my next faction, I think. I'm going to work on. For the fantasy stuff, I think my sci-fi stuff, I'm going to do some, what are they called? I can't remember. Not the Sisters of Battle. Gene Stealer cults. That's what it is. I got a bunch of models for that I'm going to be working on. Not a big force. It's going to be for my skirmish stuff. So I'm going to do a little faction of Gene Stealers. A Gene Stealer cult. To go up against the Sisters. And my Dark Angels. Man, I haven't dug into my Dark Angels in a while. Buried in storage, he says. Anything else here? Looks good. All is fantastic. Oh, it's warm today. 73 degrees, cloudy. And it's Friday. How do you like that? Boy, this week went quick. Son bought the massive Kickstarter for Monster Hunter board game. Monster Hunter board game. And I have bought the epic bundle of Dock Fighter. Ale Wars. I think I remember that one. Dock Fighters. Ale Wars. Well, that's good. You got a lot of things you could jump into. Fantastic, man. Well, get your brushes out. Start painting along with me. That's what this is all about. We got stuff to do. Progress needs to be made. At least for us that are painting today. Getting you guys to break out your brushes is like jello to the wall. Jello to the wall. It's a tough one. Gotta make some headway here. There will be no toleration. The whips will be cracked. I just noticed that text is a pretty big. Let's shrink her down a little bit. Just a little bit. I gotta check something else. I gotta keep my eye on this. during the stream. Victrix, late Roman unarmed cavalry, now shipping. And I am live on Dash of Elan today too. Whoop-de-doo. I try to stream over on Kick as well, but I don't know if my stuff goes up there. I have to go look again because it doesn't... Whenever I go live, I go over to check it, and I'm not live. It doesn't show me as live over there. And I think it's uploading the videos. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like something ain't right. Where's a sale on some 3D printer? Looks like a no, that looks like a resin printer. It's not an Elegoo. What is it? Anycubic? Anycubic. Never heard of Anycubic. Amazon's got a deal on that. $489.99. Okay. I stopped streaming on Kick. 0 viewers. I don't know what to say about that. That's the problem. You know, you got YouTube and Twitch, top of the game. How do they compete with people like this? It's tough. That is tough. Getting people to move over and switch. Again, Jello to the wall. I've tried so many other alternate platforms. Just to have an alternate platform is good. But getting people over there? I mean, something big has to happen in YouTube world, bigger than what has already happened in Twitch, for people to just, you know, make a change. It has to be big. People just don't come over. But yeah, I feel you on that. YouTube and Rumble for me. Twitch is just for easy highlighting of streams to make vids. Else I'd dump it like the garbage it is. Yeah. Yeah, there's major problems there. But, you know, people just don't wake up. They don't... Well, let's not get into it. I'll go into one of my rants, and I don't do those here on the stream. John Longshore. How you doing, Johnny Long? How you doing, John? I've stopped streaming. I've stopped streaming there either. I go down to the basement restroom. Jeez. Where's my sound man today? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, John Longshore. All night, folks. All night. What's the matter with my mouse here? Let's go easy on the sound today. Oh yeah, I gotta turn my Spotify on. Get that going. Oh, it actually is going. How come I can't hear it? What is happening? Oh, it's muted. Well, I'm glad you guys are here. I hope we can get some good chat in today. We always do. And get some stuff painted in a nice laid-back fashion. You want to rant? Tonight, I tell people why RPG Pundit is wrong. Yes, you do. Now, AD&D 2nd Edition is the best D&D. There you go. Controversy. That'll get people watching. For sure. That's how you do it. The Macs don't hold back. Pretty heavy stuff. So you're allowed one RPG. Which one are you going to take? I wouldn't take any of them anymore. I get so sick and tired of it. I don't know, John. I don't know. I don't have a favorite. Probably my first edition AD&D books. I don't know. I probably wouldn't take any, and I'd make my own. Because it doesn't matter. Max might say otherwise, but it doesn't matter to me. How about 3 books from your favorite RPG, which you would have to choose one game. You get to take 3 books from that game. Just the core stuff, I would imagine, but you know. Oh yeah. Forgot something here. I don't know. I wouldn't have an answer for that. I probably wouldn't take any. I'd make my own. That's what it would take to get me to make my own game. So yeah, why not? Probably my AD&D first edition books. Good choice. Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number, and Cities Without Number. With those 3 books, I can play anything. Yeah, you could. That's a good choice. Good choice. Good choice, Max. Good choice. Well, I don't know. I have every other last Mongoose Traveler book, and I haven't got Paste Page 25 of the main rule book. You could make your own, but you're on a desert and no pen and paper. Well, I'd make something. I'd use stones and bark. Or I'd have it all in my head. I'd figure something out. I'd take, if I had to take something, I'd take my AD&D first edition. Poop on tree leaves works. A little scratching here and there helps. Sharp stick. Yeah, that's what I do. I take my AD&D first edition books, read them all the time, and just come up with my own stuff based on that. I mean, I got it all up here in my head, right? I could come up with all kinds of stuff. It'd probably be pretty damn good, too. If I ever get back to civilization. Throw that bad boy on Kickstarter. I have a feeling I've had my last 5 or 6 streams get demonetized. Even yesterday's. And I've been trying to figure out why. I've been testing the waters too. Like yesterday, I've been throwing in some comments about certain topics. You know, I've been just to see what the reaction is. And I'm still not sure. I'm starting to think I'm showing my injury too much. Maybe it's my injury. I sliced off basically part of my thumb. I don't know if it's that though. I'm not going to show it off again because I want to test it out. I don't know what it is. I played some intro music that was copyrighted, which I do now and then, so I know that ain't going anywhere. But that was a test. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, Max, you can come in. Don't worry, I'll keep you in control. I'll just mute you. There's Kyle now. What's up, Kyle? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yep, no injuries yet, John.
There's Max. How you doing, Max?
Hello, hello.
Yeah. What do you got for me, man?
So I was running into the same problem. And of course, I didn't pay much attention to it because I expect my streams to get hit. But I was getting a little angry because I had some very innocuous videos and streams that were getting hit. And so I did a little bit of deep dive, and come to find out, YouTube accused me of falsely identifying my videos' content. And so what happened was I went through, and because I didn't ask for a manual review on some of those that are limited ads, because I was like, probably deserves it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you get hit with that, that's an automatic, I wouldn't call it a strike, well, mark against you. And if you have 3 or 4 of those marks, then they all of a sudden say that all of your videos are limited ads until you do manual review.
Huh.
And I've been running into it now. And they're not hitting all of my videos, but they're hitting well over half of them. And most of them are like the family-friendly stuff. Like, wait, what are you doing? So I accidentally stumbled across that in like a little deep dive of like, what's going on here? And I was clicking through whatever it was on YouTube and like, wait a second here. What is this? It's like, oh, you have not been marking your videos content properly. So now everything is going to be limited ads until, I think 3 months goes by or some nonsense. I don't know.
What do they mean by marked properly?
So here's a question for you. When you set up your live stream, do you turn on monetization?
I do.
Okay. My suggestion is don't do that.
Okay.
Because you'll still be able to get super chats and so forth. Okay, so that's the first one. So because when you do those live streams, you can't actually select the whole thing where, the big chart that comes up that says inappropriate language, firearms, weird, all that. Well, you'll get flagged if you say certain things or do certain things or fall under certain criteria. And because you couldn't check mark it beforehand, that counts as you misrepresenting your video.
Wow.
And I'm sure you know that every one of my Friday night show streams, I turn on monetization, and within like 10 seconds, I've already broken like 9 YouTube rules. So, that's my suggestion is, especially with the new monetization rules anyway, where it's they're going to throw ads up whenever they want and blah, blah, blah. I would just turn off the monetization because it doesn't affect your ability to get super chats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I found that out completely by accident. So I got like 2.5 months left before I'm going to be through this nonsense because I'm just turning off monetization for all of my live streams and just turning it on for the videos.
Yeah. I haven't had any problem with videos. Of course, I don't put many videos up. It's mostly streams.
Yeah, all of my streams get hit now, and videos are hit and miss. Like, it's really weird. So, like, the videos we did the other... So I split the stream into 6 videos last week, our Sunday stream. 2 of them Forbidden Lands, 3 of them Palladium, whatever book he was covering. Was it Australia? and then one for our YouTube comments. The YouTube comments, one of the Forbidden Lands and two of the Palladium ones got hit with limited ads, and I had to request manual review. And it took them 24 hours to say this content is safe. Like, duh.
I deleted all those videos because I usually do with my live streams. I keep them up for a week or two, but I got rid of them. It's just annoying looking at it, limited or whatever. But this one I kept up, or yesterday's, I think I kept that one up, and it's just got marked as limited today. So this one, out of all the ones so far, I sent them to manually review. Because like I said, I delete them, so it doesn't matter that much. But I did put this one to manual review.
I can, here, let me get back into YouTube. I can tell you where to find out if what I'm saying is affecting you. Give me just one moment.
Pennies, John, pennies. You don't get much from monetization of videos. Like Max said, you get more when you with super chats and super thanks and things like that. So it's no real big deal, but you know.
Okay, here we go. If you do you have the ability to go into your YouTube studio now or no?
Let me look.
If not, I can show you. I can screen share mine.
I'm in there, but where do I have to go here?
So on the left-hand side, click Earn.
Earn. First of all, I have to get to the right screen. Let me get right into my studio. Hold on. Earn. I see it. Let's click Earn. Okay.
And then the second tab, it says Watch Page Ads.
Okay.
Do you have a big box on the bottom that says Ad Suitability?
Yes, I do.
And does it say it looks like you may have made some mistakes in recent videos?
It says Ad Suitability. It's got a green check mark.
Oh, well then I don't know why you are. So I have a red warning icon there. It says you look like you may have made some mistakes in recent videos.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It says you rated most of your videos accurately. You've done a great job, blah blah blah. View ratings. Let me click on that and see what it is. It's showing my various videos. Yeah, they're all good. I don't know.
Okay, well then I don't know. Like I said, my problem was I was getting limited ads on certain videos and I just didn't care. But apparently, if you don't ask for a manual review, they see that as like, well, forget you. If you didn't request a review, that means you marked it incorrectly. So I have to wait 90 days. Well, shouldn't be 90 anymore. When's this last video? 90 days from September 17th. I have to wait until I'll be in the good boy group again. And I'm not going to request manual review because I don't know what I said on these videos.
Yeah.
I could just turn off monetization for them, but screw YouTube.
Yeah, screw YouTube and China too. Johnny Longshore, $1.49 USD. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Hit that button, Kyle.
And that's more than you would have got from any ads from this live stream, so you've already made out.
That's true. That's true.
Wow, that was obnoxious.
White unicorn with... Yeah, I know it is. Don't get too heavy-handed there, Kyle. A little bit at a time.
Yes, sir.
White unicorn with rainbow hair. Okay, John. Thank you very much. I'll take that $1.49 right to the bank. I appreciate that.
All right, I'm going to drop back out so I can finish setting up all my tweets and other nonsense that I have to do for tonight's stream, but I'll be listening.
All right, Max.
Later. Oh, and hello. I was gonna call you Vigrad for some reason.
Yeah, I know, right? It's been too long.
Yeah, Kyle.
And with that, I'm now waving and saying goodbye.
All right, Max. Max will be back. He can't help himself. He has to come in here and give us all some jazz. Nerds Nerd is in the chat. How you doing, Nerds Nerd? Nerds Nerd! Hit that button, Kyle. All right. That's enough. 1 or 2, not 3 or 4. What's the matter with you? Yeah. Anyway, Kyle, how you doing?
Hanging in there. It's over with.
Yep. Another week.
Yes, sir. It's over with.
You say that with such finality.
Well, they won't be calling me back tomorrow, so I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. So you got the weekend off. Time to play some games, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in a while, says Jenny Long. Have to help put up Halloween decorations. Hoo-hoo. That's easy for me to do. Doing good, says Nerds Nerd. Got my infantry squad printed off and prepped, ready to go, but ran out of primer. Ho-ho! So just churning through work stuffs. Run out of primer. You could... I was going to say alternatives to primer. I don't know if you have... Nerds is a speed painter. You could always use normal acrylic paint. Just give it a little sealer afterwards. Even that's optional. I do that every once in a while. Just use black paint. You could just seal it.
Okay.
James sent along this Vallejo air primer that I really recommend. I like to brush on my primers. And this is so fluid. Fluidy. That it's awesome. I could just cover every little recess, nook and cranny. Much better than a spray primer. Admittedly, I use spray primers first. Mainly. But when I run out, I use my brush on stuff. I usually end up brushing on primer anyway, even after a spray primer, because it just doesn't cover where it needs to get, and it's so important. To me anyway. I think Nerds is just making an excuse not to paint the boring stuff. That's all that is. Getting a little lazy, that's what that is. Yeah. Right, Kyle?
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
The least exciting stuff to paint and work on. The rank and file. There's Aqualith Media. Ryan. Almost forgot your name, Ryan. Known you forever and I forgot your name. Terrible of me. Aqualith Media popping in. I can't read today, man. No, it's leaving me. Popping in from work just to inquire, because I watch via Brave, which blocks all ads served by YouTube. Ha ha ha. I wonder if that means those of you who do monetize don't get the viewer credit for attempting to serve me an ad. I don't know. I would think it wouldn't affect it, but I don't know. Ryan. My 1/14th of a cent is being denied. Nerds, I used rattle cans for the zenithal shading. That's right. So, need to make a supply run. That's right. That's true. You can always dry brush. Well, I've done zenithal with paint-ons. It's not as effective and not the best way to do it, because you want to use the spray or an airbrush for that. But I've done it. I've primed in black, and then I'll use a mid-tone gray or something on top of that as a dry brush. But the problem is the dry brushing is not the ideal way to prime a figure. You got to use an extremely soft brush. And then use white on the top parts. So
Right.
I have done that. But it's better to use a spray or a airbrush for that kind of priming. Max says I use Brave as well. It does prevent ad revenue. Since I expect everyone to use an ad blocker, it doesn't bother me. Interesting. Well, whatever.
I'm doing that thing that I was telling you about last night.
Let me think. What were you telling me about last night? I totally forgot. I'm blanking.
It's something to do with James.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Come up with some
Yep,
things?
Yep.
Did you come up with some things?
He ain't in here, is he?
Not yet. I don't know. He lurks.
No, it says that he's offline on Discord.
It doesn't matter. He hides too. He goes invisible. Just DM me the details. Talking about James. Okay. One second, yeah. Damn it. Okay, all good. All right, that's all taken care of. Let's get back to the chat here. Excuse me. Huh, that's interesting. How did you manage to find those?
Amazon.
Wow. All right.
Think that'll work for him.
Whatever you found, send me the link to it, and I'm gonna have a look too. I'm curious about that. Good work, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Well, that'll be good.
Like I said, something new for him. I mean,
Yeah, a little surprise. James is such a good guy. I've been amassing and collecting things, as you know, to send off to you guys. And he's on that list too. I'll be sending him a bunch of 3D prints and stuff. Probably pretty regular. I'm gonna include some extras in there. He just lives so far away, down under. Shipping is expensive there.
yeah, I paid more shipping just now than I did the actual stuff.
Oh yeah, it's as much as whatever you're buying. A lot of those folks down there, they don't mind. They're used to it.
Yes, sir. Those
I saw-
are the U.S. equivalent to what I just sent him. They're made for what I messaged you about.
Okay, I see it. Well, he'll appreciate that.
I mean, something to help him out a little bit.
Let's get me off the screen. And let's bring up our cam.
Speaking of Cam, I lost you on Discord. Be right back. There we go. Yep. I think that he'll enjoy that. Something to help him out a little bit.
Yeah. Let's put it right there.
Mercy. I just hope it gets there in time, because, yeah. That was gnarly.
Like that wallpaper? Yeah. So you're talking about the snake. Serpent folk. Evil shrines. That's an important background there, Kyle, that you're looking at there in the YouTube stream, if you are.
Of course I am, Fritz.
That background means something to some of the companions, or it will.
Oh, yes, that's what else Althea saw. Was it
Maybe.
her dream?
Perhaps. Something like that. Yeah. My fondness for serpent folk is unrivaled. And it will all come to fruition. These plans of mine, involving the serpentkin, soon enough. Prepare yourself. My friend, prepare yourself.
My big boy put the panties on. I think I'll be alright.
So, I guess I'm going to be painting alone today. I don't know. Nerds is kind of in limbo. Got to make a supply run. Dale, I don't know. He's got to get things out of the closet. Max, he wouldn't touch a miniature with a 10-foot brush. Kyle, jello to a wall.
I'm
Pulling
doing my
teeth.
good deeds for the day.
Yes, you have. You're forgiven. You're okay. It seems like I'm all alone again today. Man. All alone. We're never really alone, are we?
No, sir.
I'd touch a miniature to attach an M80 to it and do some battle damage. Yeah. Something you're actually good at doing, right, Legion? You got some practice there, Max, right? Blowing up your Battletech minis. Taking a match to them. Doing some melter damage. Live action. That's okay. That's okay. I've got this. I got to get my brushes and wet palette, though.
Yes,
What was
sir.
that? Boy, my phone just got your message. Now. Boy, it took long enough.
It just sent because I just got the confirmation.
Oh, is that what it is? Gotcha.
Yeah.
You're gonna be there in 3 months.
I paid extra to have it there the 16th, so it better frickin' be there the 16th. Now watch, he'll pop in here.
I don't know why I need my brush cups here. I got my brushes in my palette. You ought to get yourself some speed paints, Kyle. That would speed up your process of painting. You'd be
Yes,
quite
sir.
impressed. Those pictures of Nerd's work, that's all speed paints, man.
No shit.
Yep. One coat.
Okay.
One coat. And you're good to go.
Now, you see your brushes there, Fritz?
Yep.
Imagine about, 1/8 of an inch behind that silver part. That's where one of those knobs are. On those other ones that we were talking about a minute ago. So they're made for, yeah. So right back behind there. That's where that little thing is.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Huh.
Something like that.
Nice.
It looks like that brush has seen better days, Fritz.
It's a good dry brush right here. Very soft. Here's old Frizzy. He's seen better days. Not the best dry brush anymore. Doesn't give too much. More likely to scrape paint off than you are to actually put any on. I still use this. It's very fine. That's a dry brush. Big models, terrain. That's good for that. Where's my brush I use all the time? This one? Boy, this needs some care. This was my dry brush, but it needs some care. It needs some cleaning. It's starting to get a little dirty and a little rough, which is not good. Dry brush needs to be soft, like this. Ah.
Soft and subtle.
Let me get my headset here. It should be good to go.
Yeah, for its payday, I'll have to get some speed paints then.
Mm-hmm. Get yourself a basic set.
Sounds good. But now the real question is, Rex. Pathfinder, Sunday. It's going to be a maiming party, I figure. We're going to have to fight through our hydras to get to them.
Yeah, I'll have to do some extra game prep once again. If you're going to go in that direction, because it could happen. Gonna go back and visit a pair of hydras. That could be the whole session right there, if that turns into a combat.
I'm not all that thrilled about having to engage potentially 9 heads by my count. So I'm not much of a fan.
More than that.
Oh yeah, and then I've never actually looked at them in the Pathfinder bestiary, but I imagine if you cut off one head, 2 grows back. That was how the mythology version worked.
You guys are digging into the bestiaries to learn about hydras. You better not.
I can honestly sit here and tell you that outside of running the Wild Beyond, I've never looked at the bestiary.
You only ruin it for yourself when you do. It's the surprise, I mean, you already know what a hydra is anyway from high school. But, keep some mystery there. And what it's capable of, you'll learn as you fight it. Certain things will be revealed to you, and that's how you gain your experience. And, right?
Yes, sir.
It'll be funner. Funner for everybody.
Yeah, we get to turn it into a roleplay moment.
Yeah. If it ends up turning south. We don't know that.
No, but with my luck and my dice rolls, Fritz, it's gonna happen.
All this to find one of those shards. When you know that all the rest of the shards, 4 more, are down, one of which is in your possession, are below the level that you're on.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of having an enemy behind me, especially one powerful enough to hold a shard.
Shard.
Because he could potentially attack the rear, he could follow us down and raid the supply caravan, and then we are screwed, have to run all the way back to Otari, which we still got to do that the next time that we go to Otari. We're going to do that portal stuff, and I'm hoping that if we can sneak down there in time Sunday, because there is a portal on that floor that we're on now, I'm hoping maybe we could spend some time and try to activate said portal.
There's also something that is kind of like a portal in a way that you guys have traveled through in a way, but you've never really taken advantage of it, and it's right there. It's right there. It's an easy, quicker way to get between, we'll call them levels. But it's right there, and it's big, and it's prominent, and yeah, you fought some combats through it a few times, but nobody seems to be acknowledging it as an efficient way to travel. I don't know.
Teleportation, yeah.
It's not teleporting. It's just a route you can take. But it's like right there. I don't think anyone's made the connection.
Are you talking about the elevator?
No. It's not an elevator. It's like right there. It's been right there in the past, 4 levels that you've explored? It's like right there. Including the level underneath you where you guys are right now. You can get down there pretty quick. Well,
we're going to have to explore around a bit more than I thought.
You're just not thinking.
No. Trying to find out some other stuff, but John says take the train. It's the best form of travel.
Not just any train, but the A train.
And then Corey Runyon, okay, so now that I have glued some arms on my 28mm parries, I think anyone doing miniatures smaller than this are insane.
Yeah. thousands and thousands of 10 mil. Imagine doing that. Let me turn this light up. No glowing on any miniatures smaller than 28. I had to glue riders to their horses in 10 mil. That was annoying. Oh, and cannon wheels, wagon wheels in 10 mil. Even 6 mil they do that with cannon. Because it's easier to cast them, I guess, so. But man, come on! I'm pretty dexterous with these piano fingers, but come on! It's challenging even for me. I have full companies of U.S. Armored Assault and German Gepanzer P. Camo on the SS troops.
Come on.
Gepanzers are the good troops. They're the armored infantry of the Wehrmacht. Armored. Not as an armor, Kyle. They don't wear chainmail or anything.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
They just got usually more MGs, more surplus stuff, and of course half-tracks.
Yeah, half-tracks, light tracks.
Much more mobile than infantry being transported in trucks. Yeah. Gepanzerte. They're fun. Yeah. Half tracks for everyone.
Yeah, half-tracks for everybody. We'll be all right. We're just gonna run over people.
Squash them.
One says, "Why did I buy these muffins from Costco? I know already they are the dog's breakfast, but I never learn, and these are just nasty. Who would have guessed nasty is $4.99 a box? Jesus."
Wow.
That ain't cool. John says tastier with a dash of kerosene and a match. Oh my.
Wow. Yikes. I don't think John likes those little guys. No. Save them for the wife. Here, honey, I bought you a whole box of these. Knock yourself out. It's all yours.
These are all yours.
I made a special trip for them. I don't know if he wants to risk that, knowing what they taste like, but
I wouldn't.
living on the edge. John likes to live on the edge. So maybe.
John said, "Oh no, she already told me she didn't want mine."
Ah, she's ahead of the game. Okay, we got some belts done there. Oh, he's got a little more on his shoulder here. The front. He's got a little breastplate. He's got wrapped on him. Giving it some dark leather straps. This guy's lugging around a big old banner. He's got some decent armor. Suitable for a standard bearer. Careful. Probably help if I turn my light on. Yeah, I got it on his armor by mistake there. That'll be okay. It's under his arm. We'll let that slide. It's nothing major. At least I'm not shaking today.
Yeah, shaking ain't good.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Firefight. I haven't looked into Firefight by Mantic Games. Their sci-fi 40k equivalent. I never looked into it. Never took an interest in it. I never was interested in Kings of War either. But it's pretty good, so I have it. So I'm going to take a look at Firefight. I just saw a little bit about it recently, so I'm going to look into that. You ever hear of Firefight, Kyle? It's a set of rules for sci-fi 28mm gaming.
No, I don't think I have.
By Mantic. Might be interesting to look into.
Firefight.
Feel free, folks, to put some thoughts and comments about Firefight in the chat. Maybe I'll get into it. I don't know. I don't know much about it, really. It's a helmet, actually. I don't want to paint that brown. Let's paint this little pouch. Actually, I am shaking again.
Yeah,
Just
I can see
noticed.
that a little bit.
A little bit of shakiness. I don't have much sugar in my coffee. It's decaf. I don't know. I didn't eat in a while. Maybe that's what it is.
Fritz, you gotta eat.
I eat after the stream.
Do I have to get Mama James in here?
Oh boy. Stand back. Okay, Kyle.
Mama James. I mean that.
It's got you rolling, huh?
Oh. Which I mean, it's like I love James. He's very much a man's guy, but he is so overprotective.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Hope he's doing all right. I know yesterday he said he was in pain, so hopefully he's doing a bit better today. I hope.
He is. He goes through these spurts.
I do.
It's more annoying than anything.
And well, hopefully, like I said, hopefully those can help him.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's the hope, anyway.
I think Karma's been slacking lately. Haven't seen her in a while. That means she's probably slacking with the art. She got to get stuff done.
Yeah.
Last time she came in, she was doing a little bit. And she wanted to play that game, Vermintide. Yeah, she was more excited about that, and she tore away from her work to do that. I'm thinking maybe she's a little slacking now. Gonna have to message her and say, hey, got some art to get done, let's go. Better get in here.
Yeah, I messaged her a little bit today, checked on her, all that. They were talking, she said a couple days ago they were talking about they were going to give her like a new medication or something she was talking about.
Mm-hmm. I get that. Medication isn't the best, but sometimes you have no choice. Don't recommend medications, but there's a lot of better alternatives than that.
Oh yeah, I go all natural. I don't even like taking Advil.
Yep, same with me. But Give this guy a leather arming cap.
Yeah, like I don't like taking medications, and I don't like going to see no damn doctor. Ugh. Never have. It's not my preferred cup of tea, we'll say. It says, and then they turn 63 and are just issued to pale to carry them in. Okay.
All right.
Making good progress.
What the hell?
Uh-oh.
I gotta. What time is it? 5:31. Damn it!
Yes, sir.
All right, I gotta run outside real quick. Kyle, you gonna hold down the fort?
Yes,
Keep
sir.
hope alive. And John.
We are hoping and praying.
Give me a minute. I'll be right back to continue this slog through orcs. I'll
Yes,
be right
sir.
back.
I got you. What you getting into, John? How you doing? How was your day? Don't have to worry until 20. Yeah. Oh, I still worry. But yeah, especially with how everything's going nowadays. But you know, it's rough to say the least. But hey, we'll be all right. We'll manage to survive some way somehow. We always do, don't we? Yep. Geez, I'll be 97 in 2057. That won't happen. Hey, you never know, John. You can never give up. Don't ever give up. No, sir. Don't ever give up. You're going to outlive all of us. I'm not going to sit in the home and wonder why Lucille stole my dentures and why I have to pay the lady across the hall. Oh my. Hey, but at least you get some good, you can still imagine what the world would be like then. Imagine what we would, see all the things that we've seen in our lifetime. Imagine what it's going to be in another 30 years. Imagine what, especially my little nieces, imagine what they're going to see growing up. Imagine what their kids are going to see growing up. Their generation needs to take over and kick my generation out. Hey, Arn, what's up? How you doing? Oh, an Arn man's generation offs. I mean, it's kind of scary a little bit because I've seen the younger generation after me, and they need help. The nerds, so skimming through ninth age books and army builders, they're at standard point size for games. I have no idea, nerd. And yeah, Arn man, no respect for them, just like none whatsoever. And it annoys me so much because if I didn't show respect, the old man would have knocked the head right off of me, and then Mom would have had something to say about it. Man, it just, yeah.
I'm back.
What's up? How you doing?
Good.
Talking about how the young punks ain't got no respect for nobody.
Well, whose fault is that?
Bad parenting.
Exactly. Skimming through ninth age books, I would imagine if it's based on Warhammer, it's probably about 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. 3,000 being big battles, 2,000 being moderate battles, 1,000 being a small. We used to play a lot of 1,000 to 1,500 point games, which was a decent model count, but it's the smaller side of things, you know? You have a half dozen number of units, probably. Standard size for Warhammer would be about, well, it depends on the army. Anywhere from 5 to a dozen for Cav. Infantry would be like 20 figures, 10, 20. Horde armies would be like 30 figures, 40. I don't know, something like that. That's assuming that it uses a similar point value expectation. What you could do is search inside the rule book, grab the rule book, crack it open, and read where it says setting up a battle. It'll probably talk about points and what standard point values would be for 9th Age. I haven't actually looked, but that's my guess. That's my guess. Maybe we'll investigate. After I get a little painting in, maybe we'll do some investigating of 9th Age. Check out those points.
Yes, sir. Look-see going on.
I mean, if the points for like bog standard infantry is like 5 to 10 points each, it's probably what it is. And that might be expensive for normal troops. We'll take a look in a bit. Arn, man, how you doing, Arn? Did I see Squirrel pop in? I don't think so. Corey Runyon. How you doing, Corey? Working on some Perry miniatures. My favorites. My favorites. Let's bring up 9th Age. The plinth. Let's check it out, man. Let's check this out.
I got a pretty good, interesting little debate going on there.
Page 19. Page 19. Building an army. Setting up a game. The 9th Age Fantasy Battles includes a series of army books which contain... Let me make this a little bigger. Can I make this bigger? Well, let's do our best. For characters and troops and descriptions, blah, blah, blah. Army points. Before building an army, you will need to decide with your opponent on the size of the battle, referred to as army points. The combined point cost of every unit in your army, as described in point costs, page 19, must not exceed the army points. It's okay to be under, but not exceed. An army may fall below the limit, blah, blah, blah. Just said that. Army categories. Come on, give us some examples of army sizes.
pretty interesting, Yarn.
Armies of 3,000 points or less are called warbands. The minimum army size is decreased. Wait a minute. Warbands and grand armies. The rules for army composition are modified depending on the size of an army. An army that is unusually small or unusually large is subject to the following special rules. So you can fight smaller games in which your army is called a warband. Armies of 3,000 points or less are called warbands. Holy smokes, 3,000 points? The point values in the models must be really expensive. The minimum size is decreased to 3 units. Blah, blah, blah. Table size is 3 by 4. Grand armies are armies of 8,000 points or more. So, you can play games as small as, say, 3,000 or smaller. That would be small games on a 3 by 4 table. So, yeah, you could do a 1,500 point minimum. Warband, those would be your small battles. But typical battle size is less than 8,000 and above 3,000. So say 6,000 would be your typical sized army. Which suggests to me that compared to Warhammer Fantasy Battles 8th edition, the point values of everything in this game, 9th Age, are basically twice as expensive. But they'd be the same in model count, so yeah. If I was just starting out playing, I would go for a 2,000 point. I'd be looking at 1,500, 2,000 points and building towards that and playing a small warband game. You could even go 1,000 points. Yeah, so there you go. 1,500 sounds good to me. 2,000 maybe. That'd be a good starter army. That's page 21, core rulebook. There you go, nerds. Basic Dread Elf Militia is 14 points. One guy? That is expensive. It's basically twice. That's what I'm getting from this.
Seems a lot for a little bit of infantry.
Well, if one guy was 14 points and you want 10 of them, that's 140 points so far. 280 for 20.
Yeah, that gets expensive in a hurry.
So if you're fighting a 1,500 point battle, you know, that's a big chunk of your army right there. You'll probably have 3 of those. That's about half your army right there. Then you'll have about 3 characters in your army. That'll really pump the points up. So you might have an army of like 4 units, 3 characters. That would be 15 to 2,000 points. Depends on the army. Powerful dark elves. Yeah, 210 points for 15 as a basic unit. Nerd's trying to figure out how many frickin' figures she needs to get all printed and painted for a basic unit.
Oh my. And speak of the devil.
James is in there. How you doing, James? Sir Joms?
What up?
We're talking 9th Age, Joms. It's all the rage. All the new kids are into it. Come on, Joms. Join us on the dark side. 9th Age.
We're also having a debate about Alfred the Great.
Yeah, I
in
see
chat.
that.
Good bits of history coming on now.
History nerds there. History nerds today. 1,640 points printed, and 1,410 of that is painted. Wow! That's because they're all monsters. Big, super powerful characters.
Oof.
Yowza!
If it costs that for just Spear Militia, what's that big mirror thing cost in points?
I have no idea. Or how is it even statted? Because Nerds is using it with different games, so what would that be in 9th Age? Some kind of demon creature. Yeah, we got multiple conversations going on in the chat. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second. My cat is beckoning me.
Okay. And yeah, John, Saxon stories, yeah, they're all right. And yeah, Arn, there's definitely some Roman-esque kind of features to that. I would agree. Probably count as Divine Altar, which is either 200, 285, depending on the options. Woo! That's expensive. Yeah, Arn, they're really good. Really, really good stuff in there. Part of the sanitation, medicine, education, wine, public water, irrigation, roads, freshwater system. Nothing's ever done for us. Yeah, just, I mean, yeah. What have they ever done? I mean, they conquered the bulk of the known world at the time. And I guess that was really kind of the sort of cornerstone of success. Like, they weren't just soldiers. They were masons and farmers and, you know, all of it. So that kind of made them very self-sufficient. They could do anything.
Just discovered I can't spell altar. Wow.
Oh, don't feel bad. It's been one of those days for me as well.
I gotta get Jesse in the 9th Age next. And 1-page rules. But he's gonna really enjoy that. He used to be huge in the Warhammer Fantasy. He's just so focused on his 40k right now. I don't want to distract him. I mean, he's got a fully painted High Elf army sitting on the shelf here.
Or Jesse dragged around like a ragdoll.
Yeah, he is. Stop making me do things. I don't want to play games.
I don't really think Jess mind.
No, he loves it. He's all in. Losing health points. Health points. They're not called wounds. Oh, I wasn't showing it. Didn't I have that up on the screen? Doesn't matter, but I thought I did. Yeah. Do. Let's use one of these beautiful Andreas. Let's use this one here.
Oh, and I see an orc with a spear. I'm getting scared. Oh, Nate Mud. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, the Dark Ages was, heralded like you had the kingdoms of England coming into their own. You had Viking invasions. You had the Viking sagas start to show up. So, the Dark Ages wasn't really that dark. Like it was still kind of booming, but it wasn't like Roman-esque booming. It was just sort of people, consolidating their own kind of power in a way.
Otherwise known as the Age of Filth.
Yes, sir. Which that's what John said. You think of Dark Ages and people lived fine. It's only dark because modern historians think they sat in crap piles and ate mud. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the case.
Filth.
Yeah.
Haven't you watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Come on.
Yeah, I picked it up.
Actually, you didn't see it. You're not a fan. Amazing as that seems to me.
Yeah. But yeah, it wasn't dark at all. Like, there was still a lot of light. There was still a lot of inventions being made in that time.
Well, it's a reference to the fact that the Roman Empire collapsed. Mm-hmm. So the world basically went into a dark age. In that sense is what we're referring to here. And a dark age indeed. Sorry, Kyle, go on.
Oh, I fully agree with that. which just because it wasn't, Roman doesn't really necessarily mean anything. I mean, look at like the kingdoms of Northumbria and Wessex, and all of them really became major power players after that. Like I said, you had the Viking incursion, and it really wasn't a dark age at all. Like there was, expansions, and there Dark Age Britons invented rocketry and went to the moon. They just never bothered writing it down, says John. Yeah.
I never. Oh yeah, I did. Good. Thought I forgot to paint his flesh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, going backwards. When you paint, Kyle, you try to paint from the inside out on the model. So you would paint flesh before you painted a shirt.
Okay, so you go inside out, kind of like how you put a torque converter on. You start the inside, work your way out.
Ideally, that's how you do it. Just because it's easier.
John says the wolves ate their pen. That aren't, but they did invent pencils for a while. That was something. Then nerd ways in, but only for decorations, apparently.
Somewhere in there was a volcano that erupted in the north of Europe. It might have even been in Scandinavia, but yeah, that ended up being like I think it was called the Year of Darkness or something. I don't remember the exact year, but the sun was blotted out for like a year. All through Europe. Probably the world. Well, I don't know how bad it was, but yeah, that's a thing too. That happened during the Dark Ages. Somewhere over the eclipse, la da 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 da. Early 500s, I think, says Iron Man. Somewhere in there. Can't remember what they called it. Something is going on.
36, 3 volcanoes went off, yeah? Oof.
I got 3 volcanoes.
Of course, let's not forget about the stupid sea peoples. And yeah, let's not forget about the volcano that took Pompeii.
Yeah, the Sea Peoples, the great mystery. Yep. Who were the Sea Peoples? Who do you think they were? What culture were they, do you think? Kyle, what's your thoughts on the Sea Peoples? Anything?
I have kind of 2 conflicting theories here.
Okay. Lay it on us.
Well, the first one's kind of way out there. uh, kind of my own sort of personal fantasy theory that it was the Atlanteans.
Okay.
Unlikely, but unlikely. And then the second theory
The
on
remnants of the Atlanteans, I would think.
that, yeah,
Because that happened long before.
well, that happened long before that. And then my second theory is, they were a nomadic, seaborne. Think Vikings without the Viking in them. They were nomadic, kind of like pirates, kind of, yeah, almost, James,
Arr.
but not in the traditional sense that we think like Pirates of the Caribbean. But maybe they were just revolved around
Arr?
going from coast to coast and very nomadic. That was kind of my other theory about it. Both of which don't really have any credence. That's just my kind of personal tidbit on the matter.
There you go. Personal tidbits.
Read Eric Klein, The Bronze Age Collapse. Yeah, James, that's a good one. John also put a link in the chat. Watched this a couple months ago. Very good. Invasion of the Sea Peoples, Late Bronze Age Collapse. Yeah. Once again, that was just kind of my personal tidbit. But, I mean, it could be something more. There's not that whole much more known about them. John says Mario and Luigi.
It's a me and Luigi. Mario. Tomat.
Uh-oh. Fritz is getting angry. Man, the collapse of the Bronze Age, it was kind of the going away of bronze and the rising of iron, kind of in a way. Like if you look like in the Scottish section, like they had big brocks and stuff. They date many of them to the start of the Iron Age. So, obviously, as soon as iron kind of burst onto the scene, that was kind of all she wrote. Sheridan ended up becoming Royal Guard. Okay, James. John says, oh, well, humanity has forgotten more than it remembers. Yes. He's hired a remnant or something. Trying to remember, says James. Hop on in, James. We'd love to talk to you. James says, I have handled a bronze dagger from a New Kingdom Egypt pretty magical. Yeah, I bet. That's freaking amazing. John says, probably involved aliens, everything we have trouble explaining to us. James replayed Skyrim last night while I drank schnapps. Oh, I have some schnapps over here, James. I ain't touching it, but I have some. It was in a museum here, really cool, says James. Have some Roman coins 2,000 years old, says John. Oh, that's a piece of history right there. Imagine what that coin went through. Imagine how many hands it passed. Says awesome. Hiding that connection to the past feels special. Well, holding that connection, not hiding. Yeah, and it's kind of like a gateway to the ancestors, kind of in a way. Says if they usually found campsite soldiers buried their belongings before going into battle if they died, well, some little boy in 2023 dug it up with a shovel and a sand pail. Pretty interesting. Yeah, they used to bury their belongings because they never knew, especially in some of the more contested regions like the early stages of Gaul or especially into Germania and the early invasions of Britain. Soldiers were well documented for that.
Got my hoodie on here. Jams. Hoodie day.
Feel it. It's fogging down rain right now. Oh. There you go, Fritz. There you go.
Yeah, it's a little too warm at the moment. It's only 68 degrees. But I'm in the buff under this, so it's all good.
John.
What did he share now?
That's too cute, John. That's
What's
too
going
cute.
on here? I've seen that picture many times. Remember, Viking was a profession. Viking was a profession. It was something you did. Yeah. Yeah, surviving the winter. Supposed to see Jake next week. He'll have a hoodie too. He'll be all hooded out. Forge and Brush at onlyfans.com. There you go. There you go. Forge and Brush. Painting under the table. What do you think of Firefight, James? Are you into Firefight? Do you think Firefight's pretty cool? Nice little alternative to 40K? Firefight. I've been kind of peeking around at Firefight. Might give it a try in the future. The near future. Just because. I showed this to Fritz, but it's only one of my treasures. Oh yeah, I saw that. The French coins. One page rolls, man. They're the way to go. I was looking at their catalog of printable miniatures. It's humongous. I don't think I ever really looked at all their stuff. They got so much, it's ridiculous. A lot of good stuff. Unique stuff. So that's good. I thought they had a Ratman sci-fi type army, but they don't. I didn't see one. They got the Ratmen for fantasy. I was showing Jesse that. She likes Ratmen. So do I. I don't know. I'm getting into the Slanesh stuff now.
Airmen.
Ah, that's where I seen the sci-fi rats. Manichasm. Okay. Need some reddish brown.
My neighbor Chester is a rat. Says
Chester
John.
Cheetah. Old Chester Cheetah. Wow. It's chocolate. Is this chocolate? I think that's chocolate. Oh, man, sorry. Monster Brown, Army Painter. I don't use that too often. I think I'll use that for a highlight on flesh or something. Love Mantic, North Star, Warlord, War Games Atlantic. Gripping Beast, Victrix, so affordable compared to cough, GW. For me, GW is the occasional purchase, I think. The occasional. Like the Triumph of St. Catherine would be an awesome purchase. That's a wonderful little module. Module? That's a wonderful model. Diorama, really. It's expensive. From what I understand, it's one of the most expensive pieces GW makes. Outside of Titans and stuff. Time to fight some Spanish invaders on Lady Margarita's estate. I represent the cultists' agenda.
So,
Good luck, Iron Man. May Lamashtu serve you well. Or the other way around. May you serve Lamashtu in all her dark essence well.
oh my.
Lamashtu is the mother of beasts in Galarian. There are many cults that serve Lamashtu. I think Lamashtu is an actual deity in Indian mythology. I believe so. Something like that. I could be wrong. Feel free to double check. Grain of salt, folks. Grain of salt. I was running an adventure with Lamashtu. There was a cult. It was one of my first Pathfinder first edition adventures I was doing. Played some of it online. That was a long time ago. That took place in Varesia,
Oh my.
outside the town of Sandpoint.
Oh, okay.
The party didn't know what was going on, but they were, I forget why, but they were investigating, looking for an ogre that was ambushing people and asking for tolls. They found themselves wandering some back roads outside of Sandpoint. Somehow they came upon this farm that was just decimated. They haven't heard from this farmer in a long time, so I know they were investigating that. They went to check it out, and the whole farm was in ruins. All the animals were slaughtered. And behind the farm, there was this big burn pit. Very unusual. In this case, it was freshly made, and in this burn pit were bones, and charred remains of some type of creatures. They were investigating the house, and I remember they heard a crash in the one room, so they went to investigate. And they come upon somebody that was hiding behind an old cabinet. But anyway, what it was is that as they investigated, they found mutilated animals and stuff all through the farm. But what was going on is that the original people that lived there were part of this cult of Lamashtu recently, as was the ogre, I think.
Oh wow.
And, yeah, there was a lot going on there, and if they kept poking around, they would have found all these little clues that brought them to that conclusion. But yeah, we never finished that, sadly. I was back with first edition. Yeah, I love my cults.
Nothing wrong with a good cult. They can really accentuate a theme of terror.
Is this it? What's this?
Show him a trench coat near a smoke machine. We can gather. Says Jay. Oh my, James.
So what are your plans for the weekend, James? Anything in particular? How about you, Kyle?
Depends on if it's raining or not. I got to change the oil tomorrow, do a few chores around the house, and that's about it.
Chores. Interesting. How about you, John Longshore? You got any plans? Festivities? Nerds? Plans? James, I already asked you. What's going on, James? It is Friday after all.
Yes, sir.
If Max is still there, I don't know if he's still in the chat. He does like to lurk. He might still be there. What's your plans, Max? What do you got going? What is on the agenda?
Working on my gall.
His galls?
Yes, sir. John says I have to finish sorting through my coins.
Of course you do. Gonna work on the house myself tomorrow. Jake will be coming up next week.
There you go. What you got left? Or I should say, what are you going to tackle tomorrow?
Gonna clean up some of the shelves in there, some of the furniture, move them around, make room for some carpet I'm gonna put in. Because I haven't actually got to that. I was supposed to, but that's gonna be on the agenda. Get it all set up. That's the plan anyway.
Says otherwise, world domination, same old, same old. James says aim is to paint enough WB for DBA.
That's easy.
Don't you worry, James. Don't you worry. I have a feeling the wings in the paint department are going to change.
Yeah. What scale, James? 28s or 15? Assuming 28s. Yeah, he's got those Romans and Gauls. Oh, that's right. That's right. If that's what he meant by painting the Gauls. He got the freaking starter set. That'll be fun. That'll keep you busy. Getting into some historicals.
Yes, sir. 28 millimeter, my friends, from the Hail Caesar box.
That's right. I remember.
About 75% of the Marion versus Gallic DBA matchup in that box. Okay.
Nice red leather going on. I wish this would focus. Got some red leather going on there. belts.
Looking damn good. James says, even if I just get a couple of stands painted, I will be happy. A nerd's nerd replied, DBA, question mark.
Oh. A newbie to DBA. There you go, James.
James says, Pasoli, Blade, Auxilia, Warbrand, all in there. Disbellus, Antiquitas?
Antiquitatis.
Antiquitas. Really simple historic war game for ancients up to early Renaissance, James replied.
There you go. Let's have a look at some De Bellis Antiquitatis. One of the great things about DBA is that you can... And this came out way back in the 80s, this game. And it's still very popular, still played in tournaments and everything else for Ancients tournaments. Ancients and Medieval and Renaissance. Well, really, not the Renaissance, but the late Medieval.
Right.
But one of the great things about it is that the footprint for your layout by default is just a 2-foot square area. Come on, we all got space for that. And armies are easy to collect. In the army lists in the game, there's just hundreds of them for every conceivable, plausible army that existed. All heavily researched historically. Armies are made up of 12 bases. There's no point system. All armies are made up of 12 bases. But what makes armies unique is the composition of those 12 units. It's very abstract. And like, for instance, a Marian Roman army, Caesarian Roman army, or no, better yet, let's look at a Spartan army. A Spartan army could be nothing but spear-armed troops. All your units, all 12 are spears, including the general, with a few options to take some garbage cavalry or some Soloi, things like that, light infantry, like slingers, things like that. So all the armies reflect their historical compositions, what would be seen as typical compositions. Armies like Seleucids and late and successor armies were all over the place. So there's a lot of variety in the armies and what they could contain. Elephants, chariots, Gauls, and so on. But it's a great fun game. It's quick to play. It's very historical. It's a great introduction to Ancients gaming if you're new to historical Ancients and medieval gaming. It's fantastic. There's rules for playing bigger battles where everything is double the normal size and that kind of thing. I'll show you a couple of my armies I had, Kyle. Excuse me.
All right. What you got for me?
And 15 mil. It could be played in 28. 6 mil, 10 mil. It's got adjustments to the base sizes. Picatures. Ancients. Let's take a look through our Ancients collections here. Let's do a display capture. You guys could see my computer display. How about that? Did you like that? Let's check it out.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we could find in here. Let's see some of the projects I did. Of course, lots of little artwork I like to collect. Oh, there's some of my ancients. This was a good battle. I think I was playing L'Art de la Guerre, but these are DBX armies, essentially. I got some Seleucid pikemen there with an elephant in the background. I think that's an elephant. And some Republican legionnaires marching up to battle.
That's awesome.
Here we got the Roman Republican legions marching forward. There's Saloy, trying to slow down an advance of a Gaul horde. 15 mil. Got a Roman legion, Republican era, marching along a road.
Oh, that's cool.
This is a DBA Seleucid army, 15 mil. Part of it anyway, deployed. This is a DBA game. This is my Republican Romans going against the Seleucids. With their cataphract heavy armed cavalry in the top and elephant. Got some barbarian allies. I think even the Sacred Band is represented in here somewhere. There's my Republican Romans lining up against the Gaul horde. These are DBA armies in their entirety. Again, 12 bases. I did.
Didn't you do medievals too?
Oh yeah, I did. I had 2 humongous feudal English armies, which could be, you know, also used to represent Germans and any Northern European knights, French even. This is a L'Art de la Guerre 200 point Gaul army. This is literally twice the size of a DBA army.
A lot of infantry.
Here's some Seleucids crashing against some legionnaires, Republican era. Got the Stadi and Principe mixed in there. I won this battle. I turned the flank of the oncoming phalanx, and that spelt the doom. This was part of a bigger battle. There's more going on. It's not all just here. And here, this is a 200-point Seleucid army. Again, that's about twice the size of a DBA army. In the back is their camp. Got some scythe chariots. This is, let me count the bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think this is a Republican Roman DBA army with all options. This is all the models you will ever need to field the Republican Roman, late Republican Roman army. DBA
like
uses
different colors there.
DBA doesn't use units, it uses bases. Bases represent a body of soldiers armed and equipped in a certain way with a certain fighting style. These 2 bases in the front are known as Soloi. They're basically skirmishers. They could be slingers, they could be javelin, velite in the case of the Romans, that kind of thing. There's only 2 figures per base. That's how you represent them. Back here with the red shields, you could see the Triarii, which are the veterans of a legion. congregated here. There's 2 bases of them, 2 elements, 4 figures per base. Each base is known as an element. An element represents a certain number of soldiers who are trained in a certain style and equipped in a certain way. These guys would be classed as spear in the game. All these guys in the middle are known as blades. That's their troop type. They're called blades. There's 4 figures per base, per element, as it's called. They're your typical Roman Principe and Hastati and Legionnaires. On the far left, you got some barbarian allies. These are 2 bases, one behind the other. 3 figures per base. And these represent war bands. So instead of blade or spear or soloy, these are war bands. There's 3 figures per base. And in the back, we got 2 cavalry bases. And that's their classification, cav, as opposed to, say, knights or light cav. These would be classed as cavalry. And over here on the far side here, we've got some Numidian light cavalry. There's 2 per base on these things. These are classed as light cavalry. So basically, an army list is, okay, you can have 12 bases in your army. You must have at least 6 blades, but you can have up to 8. You must have at least 1 base of spear, but can have up to 2. That's how it lists your army lists. So based on that, you select your 12 bases to square off in this battle. One of these bases, one of these 12 bases, will be known as your general. In the case of the Republican Romans, you can choose a blade or a cav unit to function as your general. Hence, if you look closely at this, you'll see in the back, I got a general here on one of these cavalry bases. That's typically how I'd field my general. So that's a general's base with his bodyguard. And it still counts as cav, but mechanically speaking, yeah, he's going to have some extra modifiers here and there that's going to benefit his side during combat. Mm-hmm. And of course, every army has a camp, which is usually along an edge of the table or along a waterway or occupying a built-up area if he's the defender. But every army typically has a camp, which you got to kind of protect. So you got to watch out. So that's basically an army right there for the Republican Romans. It's so easy to collect for. The rules are simple, very historical results. And definitely recommended. This, of course, is DBMM, which is the follow-on for DBA. This is for big battles with a little bit more crunch and detail. This is DBA on steroids. DBMM. So yeah, there you go. There you go. And yes, this is my little chat that I follow the chat with. Get that out of the way. So that's DBA. There's a fantasy version called HOT, acronym for Hordes of the Things, which was a BBC show back in who knows when, the 80s, I don't know, but it was a show in England. And this is named after it. Plays the same, small armies, fantasy, same kind of thing. It's just called HOT, Horde of the Things. Anyway, let's not get too wrapped up in that. I'll be here all night. Okay, Jobs. I'm here. We're all here. We're at 2 hours and 49 minutes, folks, on this Friday. Maybe we'll go a little extra long. Maybe we'll get crazy. Oh, I forgot something on this guy. Yeah, I didn't finish painting this guy. Did the one side, but not the other. Man, let me try and find that color again. I think it's this one. Maybe this one. Oh, camera's getting funky again.
I'm back.
How you doing, Kyle? What's going on?
Oh, I had to take the garbage out in the deluge. Fogging down there.
Yeah, I bet it is. Got a little rain today. Nothing major. But it does put a damper on things.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Guess you got it a little worse down there.
The mountains are sucking up in there. It'll be alright, though. You need the rain. Not gonna complain.
That's right.
And says he's gonna rest for a brief minute. I feel it.
Yeah, everybody's tuckering out.
I feel it. I definitely feel it. It's been a long week. Yeah, I had a guy call off, so I did all maintenance by myself today.
Oh.
Which, I mean, I can't really be upset with him. His wife has COVID, and she has an autoimmune disease, so she's actually in the hospital.
Okay.
So I kind of can't be upset with him there for calling off and wanting to be with her. So So yeah, like he called me and said, "Hey, can you cover me today?" And I was like, "Yeah." Send her, send Julie my best and hope she gets better soon. She's a damn sweetheart.
I'm not sure, but I think I have the PDF for DBA. I think. I'm not sure. I'll have to go look. Sorry, Kyle. Just thinking.
You're good. You're good, Fritz. You're good. I'm just enjoying the conversation. Always nice to talk about Rome and such and get to see the detail you guys put in the army. It's always nice.
It's not an easy read. It's a small set of rules. There's a lot of lists in it, which takes a lot of its space. What I'll do is I'll send you a PDF, Kyle. Nerd, if you want it, I'll send you a link to my Dropbox. You can
I can check that
check it out. I think I have a PDF for DBA. I hope I didn't lose it. I know I lost a lot of my PDFs recently, especially my wargaming stuff. I played it quite a bit. If anyone else wants it, let me know. Assuming I have it.
Let's interrupt Fritz, but is that a helmet on that guy's head or in his arm or?
He's holding a heart.
Oh, okay.
He's got a heart, a beating heart in his hand. He's like a shaman guy. Some type of leader dude. He's got the heart of his enemy.
Damn, okay. Don't
Kinda
piss
hard
these
to
guys
see.
off.
Yeah, that'll be fun to paint. Little organ. It's kind of hard to see at the moment. It's all undercoated black, but yeah. He's like a shaman dude. He's got primal looking teeth as a necklace. Tomorrow I'll stream again, because why not? And we'll see what trouble we can get into. I'm gonna work on my sister's battle, my Arcoflagellants. Currently working on. Gonna do that. Sure, Kyle will be here doing something, maybe playing some of that video game. If he wants.
I told you that I got a new one.
Which one? Oh yeah, you got the 40K thing, didn't you?
No.
Darktide. Oh, you didn't get Darktide. Okay.
Not yet. I'll get that next pay. I had to get stuff for a certain individual.
It's okay. I get it.
But the game that I got is called Song of Iron.
Song of Iron.
Yeah, it's kind of a it's not like 3D, like it's well like it's 3D, but it's not like total movement and stuff like that.
Okay.
You kind of move like left to right on the screen. You fight enemies. And very
Side
Norse
scroller?
themed.
A side scroller, like a retro thing?
Kinda, but it's got like full 3D graphics.
It's like Darkest Dungeon in a way.
Kinda, yeah.
Alright, kinda. I'm getting close.
Yeah, it's kind of like Darkest Dungeon, but the combat's like more fluid, like real time. You fight with axes and shields and bows, very Nordic themed.
So you like real time over turn based?
I actually started gaming. I actually started my first game outside of the hunting games that we used to play. But my first game was The Lord of the Rings: Battle for Middle Earth. It was real time strategy. I played the absolute hell out of it, and I do enjoy me some real time strategy as well.
Okay.
I absolutely do. Kind of like why I kind of like playing like Kingmaker and stuff like that is it kind of has an element to strategy about it.
These guys remind me of Skaven so much. I don't know why.
Well, they're pig-faced orcs. They're very
Yeah.
related.
They're snouty. They got big snouts, like rats. Fantasy version hot is fun too. There's an amazing reading list. I like this guy in the red.
He's different.
Yeah, I like the red. I should have done more red. He's got a red tunic. Da 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 da. Got a green. Lot of little things. A lot of little things. Boots, pouches, belts.
Yeah, the pinpoint details now.
Well, I'm not at the pinpoint details. That'll be last. Things like teeth and eyes. This is just the bigger details, the tedious stuff. But it's getting there. What else do we look at while I take a break here? What else do we look at, folks? Let's go over to the internet. See what's going on. We're still looking at Ninth Age. Hidden and open lists. Rules are written and balanced based on the principle of openness. And we encourage players to share their full army lists with their opponents at the start of the game. This army list should include all units, unit options, special items, special abilities, point costs, and so on. The only things that are not open to your opponent are things that are explicitly stated as hidden or secret. Pre-game sequence. See, they got scenarios here. Secondary objectives. Oh, this is all about objectives and stuff. Yeah, it's a fairly detailed game. I like it. Unit spacing. Measuring distances. Line of sight. Let's read models. Models and units. I wish I could make this bigger. How do I... There we go. Models in the Ninth Age fantasy battles represent epic warriors, ferocious monsters, and lethal spellcasters, Kyle. Every miniature that stands on the same base is considered the same model. Example, a dragon and its rider, or a cannon and its crew are considered a single model. The scale of miniatures most commonly used for the Ninth Age ranges from 1 to 70 to 1 to 50, then compared to real-life size equivalents for human-sized creatures. Many units are commonly represented by miniatures, with a scale that ranges from 25 millimeter to 32 millimeter. For example, Nerds is using 32 mil. I think they're 32 mil. A common form of measuring human miniature size is measuring the model's height to the eyes. Players are welcome to interpret the scale as they like, and the distances used in the rules do not seem realistic if the scale of a 1-to-1 compared to the actual size. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm liking what I see for Ninth Age, but honestly, we'll probably start with OPR Fantasy, as am I. Same thing. Just makes sense. It's easier to get to grips. Battles can be bigger. Thus require more models and stuff, right? One concern I do have is the specifics in square bases in Ninth Age. Hopefully we'll get to that here. Bases. That's next. Let me read a little more. The Ninth Age does not officially support any particular product line, nerds, and you are welcome to play with whatever scale and miniatures you and your opponent have agreed upon. However, Kyle, it is very important to make sure you mount your models regardless of scale or size on the correct base size for the unit entry. Okay? Okay? Just as we can imagine that the combatants in the game are actually smaller than the miniatures that represent them, we can also imagine that a single miniature does not have to represent a single warrior. We can imagine a unit of 10 elite elven warriors representing exactly 10 elves, or some other group size like 20, 50, or 100. At the same time, a unit of 10 goblin raiders could just represent 10 goblins, but is more likely to represent a larger number like 100 to 200 or 500. Yeah, basic wargaming stuff here. Characters and monsters are meant to represent exceptional individuals as opposed to groups of monsters. Bases. Here we go. Bases. You ready for this?
Yes, sir.
All models are placed on a rectangular or round base. Okay? Base sizes are given as 2 measurements in millimeters, front to width by side and length. Example, most horse riders are on 25 by 50 millimeter. That's 1 inch by 2 inch. All right? That's the size of all cavalry models. Horse models. In some rare cases, models have round bases. In these cases, only a single measurement is given, which is the diameter of the base. A common war machine, for example, is on a 60 millimeter round base. For all rules purposes, only the base of a model is relevant and determines the model's location on the battlefield, while the miniature itself is not taken into consideration. It's basically there for looks. We all know this. So what it says in the army list is the size base. I guess they have base sizes in the listed for them. I wish I could go back.
Okay.
Is there something I could click on here? So basically, the armor list tells you what the bases are supposed to be. But when I played Warhammer, this was the case in Warhammer 2, but there was always this idea that whatever size base your model is on is okay. It doesn't really matter so long as it's on some kind of base. Like, for instance, if I had a model that I 3D printed and I look at the army list and it says, oh, it's going to be on a 4-inch square base. Well, let's say my base is actually 5 inches square because the model is just so big and I terrained it up a little bit extra, so it's 5-inch square. It would still be the model that you're representing, but you'd field it with the bigger base. It's not going to matter. It really isn't going to matter. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit bigger, but it's also more of a target at this point too, so you got to consider that.
That sticks out.
Takes longer to wheel, it's going to be slower in that respect. So it's okay. I have no problem with that, and we always did that. The rule is, as long as it's got a freaking base. Especially when it comes to individual models like monsters and generals that are mounted on beasts. Especially when it comes to them, you can kind of loosen up on that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, excuse me. Because people like to model, And with 3D printing, you're going to have all kinds of different sized models. I mean, that's the way I do it. It's the way I'll continue to do it. As long as it's got a freaking base, you're good. Even if it's round, you could put it on a square rectangle base just for the sake of the game if you want. Just set your round base on top of the frickin' thing. Or just use your imagination. That said, you kind of want to stick to the base sizes of rank and file troops because of the mechanics of the game, the way it works and the way it counts ranks. Bigger guys, a big unit where everybody's on 30 millimeter square bases, fighting a unit that's only got 1 inch wide bases is going to have a difference regarding how many guys can fight. Again, though, I haven't read these rules. I don't know exactly how much like Warhammer it is in terms of the combat resolution. But that was always a thing.
Well, I mean, the point is to show off the model, so that's why you spend as much time as you do, painting and make them look good.
Oh, cool. It's got links at the bottom of the page. That's cool. That's convenient. That's really convenient. Let's go down to Dwarven Holds. Let's look at some of their core units. Clan Warriors. A unit could be 10 to 40 models. Height is standard. Type is classed as infantry. Base size 20 millimeters square. They're 135 points plus 10 points per extra model. So let's see. Those are their stats. That's their movement rate. They got 3-inch advance and 9-inch march range on movement distance on the table. 9 something. I don't know what that is. Defense. They got 1 hit health point. They got a 4 for defense rating. 4 for resilience. Armor 0. I think that's arm. I don't know why it says 0. Do I have to buy their armor? I don't know what that is. Offense stats. And then let's see. They have special rules here. They have shield wall and heavy armor and sturdy. And then it's got some options. Vanguard. A Vanguard unit is 0 to 30 models, so you don't have to have any of them, per army. 0 to 1 units per army can be Vanguard.
Vanguard, that's like the elite specialty troops?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure. Shield is 2 points per model. Throwing weapons, which hit on a 5+, are 1 point extra per model. You can have one of the following choices. Paired weapons for free. A great weapon for an additional 1 point per model. Spear and shield for 2 points per model. As far as the Vanguard, they're 2 points per model, and you can have up to 30 of them in your army in one unit. Only a single unit of Clan Warriors or Greybeards may take Vanguard. Greybeards are another unit type below. And also for the unit, you can have a champion for 10 points, a musician for 10 points, and a standard bearer for 10 points. Runic banner enchantment, no limits. So you can have as many runes as you want on your banner, I guess. Greybeards, Clan Marksman. That's it. Those are their core units. You need at least 25% of your points spent on core units. That's Clan Warriors, Greybeards, and Clan Marksman. But yeah, it tells you the base size. It's 20 millimeters square. That I would adhere to as much as possible.
Right.
They got special units. They got the King's Guard, the Deep Watch, the Seekers.
The Nerd says, I'm liking what I see it for 9th Age, but honestly, we'll probably start off with OPR Fantasy. One concern I do have is the Pacifica and squares based in 9th Age. I think you're going over that.
Yeah, that's what I'm covering here.
Okay.
Hold Guardians, Grudge Buster. Some of these are individual models. Miners, Rangers. See, a lot of these unit types are based on the Warhammer stuff because that's what 9th Age is about. It's made by fans of Warhammer. So you're going to see similarities. It's just name changes. It's very similar to one-page rules stuff. You know, they're fans of 40K. So they come up with units and stats that mimic 40K's models and stats. I like that about this. Or make movement trays. There you go, Sabbath bases. Yeah, you could do that. That's the easy way to bounce around between game rules. I think I have a skirmish game today with one-page rules. Yeah, we're going to play some 9th Age tomorrow. Let's play some Kings of War next week. There you go. Break out the trays. Me, I'll probably base everything according to 9th Age. And with adjustments for special models that are a little bit bigger than they are here, it's not going to change anything. And I'm certainly not playing in a tournament. So, yeah, that's what I'll do. When I play Kings of War, I'll put them on trays. And I'm playing skirmish games. Well, they're already based individually, so I'm good to go. I'm happy with that. So, yeah, that works.
Simple and easy.
Here's something interesting. 20mm base for Dread Elf Infantry. I don't think mine will even fit on a 20mm. Yeah, because you're using the bigger scale figures. I wonder if it mentions anything about that. Let's go back to the beginning. I don't think it does. Let's look again. Because some people are going to play these games with different scale miniatures. And Raging Heroes, I think, are not 28mm. I think they're bigger. So what do you do? I know what to do, but I'm curious what the rules say. If everything in your collection was going to be the bigger 32mm figures, then what you do is you just simply bump the bases of everything in the game up.
That's the scale.
Yeah, everything is consistent because everything is bumped up, which makes sense because your figures are bigger. Usually they say something in games like this that talks about using different scale figures with the game. I don't know if this says anything. Again, it's made by people that know. They're fans of the game, so they're not going to cover all this basic stuff, I guess. I don't know what... If I was nerds, 1 1/4 base size to all. An elegantly simple solution. Well, there you go. Well, times 1 1/4. So if it says 20mm, it'd be 20 plus 1/4 of that, which is what, 25mm. So you'd have 1-inch square bases. Everything would be booted up. I mean, that's what everybody does in wargaming. That's what you do. And technically, you don't have to really change the movement rates or any of the stats. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody's going to go out of the way to change anything because the bases are suddenly bigger. Because it's so minor anyway. It's not going to make a difference. But what'll happen is when you fight somebody, let's say me, Kyle, James, and Nerds all get together and we're going to play a massive freaking game of 9th Age, and we all brought our own armies. But Nerds, because she's got giant figures, they're all on 1.5 inch base sizes for the standard infantry. Going against my guys, which are only on 20mm wide bases because I stuck to the rules, and my figures are 28mm. But you see how you have a problem there. But even that's solved. I would simply use trays and put my figures on the trays that match Nerds' base sizes. And so would Kyle, you know. That's easy to solve. They're not big issues. But the point is Nerds gets to use the Dark Elves and such against normal opponents, regular opponents, and who do this anyway. It's, you know, it's all good. But I do think by default the rules are written in assuming you're using 28mm figures.
Multi-base because it takes 5 minutes to set up dice frames. James going all out with it.
His suitcase of special adjustment supplies. Hold on, Nerds. He breaks out all the little sabot bases and Litgos. Not planning on tourneys. Tournament play. I think small variants shouldn't be an issue. Nah, you wouldn't have to change anything. and you'll have some good fun. The point is you're going to have a collection of models that you can play different games with. You know, try out the newest thing if you want. Just base them for something. Be happy with that. And then, you know, use trays for anything else. Like Kings of War uses trays anyway. If you wanted to play that. Ninth Age. People use trays for that anyway, just because it's convenient to move whole units around. But same thing with one-page rules regiments, which is very similar to Warhammer. Yeah. Well, we plan out our next NerdCon. Don't forget to make some spare trays. Kyle?
Yes, sir. I'll get right on the woodwork.
Got some freaking dark elves, giant dark elves to fight. Holy smokes. Towering over everybody else. Giant bases. Right,
They're
James?
literally larger than life.
Raging heroes it is, huh? All right. James will show up with his 10mm fantasy collection. Little tiny things. Gonna have to use trays for those, James. You need about 300 of them on one base for one unit.
Oof. You have to like stack them like a weird pyramid, kind of almost.
Things are getting crazy. Some people magnetize their trays too. They put little magnets in the bottom of the miniatures, and they have trays that are steel or magnetized as well. And they just, you know, put them on those trays. They're easy to move around and shift. They don't fall off. Yeah, you can buy strips of magnetized stuff.
That's pretty cool.
And steel. They have sheets of steel. They're like those little refrigerator magnets. The same material as that. You can buy it with steel on the top or magnets on the top. Yeah, and they put those on their bases. Those are really frickin' handy.
Well, of course it's expensive, James. It's all freaking expensive.
But that's what I'm doing, James. I'm going to use trays. Everything's going to be individual mounted because I want to play skirmish games and it just feels right. And I'm going to use trays to actually play the games, Kings of War. Especially.
You could just use washers and glue fridge magnets inside a box lid. Yes, you could. We'll do a. I mean, you could always make your own magnetized kind of thing. You know, don't ever be afraid to get creative. I will do a variation. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. You know, like you could even use hot glue to, you know, put your washers on the bottom of your bases, I would imagine, and then magnetize the plate, and then should be good to go.
Kyle's getting creative.
I'm rednecking right now.
You are.
But here's something else, James, that you might, you know, find interesting. Hot glue your washers on, and then take your piece of steel, right? Or whatever your piece of metal. You could put, instead of having like individual magnets for stuff like that, you could always put like I know they make them, I have no idea what they call them, but they're a couple thin flat magnets, like they're really kind of long. But they're segmented where you just kind of, you know, snap off your segment that you want. You can put them right at the bottom of your metal tray, and then just click your washers down on. Imagine probably you would not only need a plate, maybe what, Fritz, 2¼ 2.5 inches wide, maybe.
Yeah.
And if you do one magnet, say for example you do one magnet per inch, it wouldn't really take very much to make a work to home magnetic tray. Like, you could even take a piece of thin steel and actually fold it and make it like a box, kind of, almost like your front and back flip up, your sides flip up, and then you can put your magnets in there, and then the thing is contained. But that, I can understand why that might make the models hard to get in and get out, because you'd have to bend one side over and then slide them out like you're sliding them out a shotgun shell or something. And then as far as like making a stand for it, you could always just take a piece of like a wine bottle cork, cut you off a couple thin slivers of cork, hot glue them onto the bottom of your overall metal tray, and you can slide it anywhere you want to then, and the cork will make it so that your steel is not rubbing through your game mat. Anyway, sorry, I got far too deep in the redneck hole.
Excellent. It's called being creative.
I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about, but I can redneck my way through some things. James says, Lord knows I have enough figures and scenes for my ECW armies I'm building according to orders of battle abstracted, believe it or not. Wargaming skills are rednecking skills. Prince Rupert Bluecoats and a supporting battalion mixed into one large unit as per the usual order of battle, supported by medium units of firelocks and armored pikemen, for example. The preliminary order of battle is more like a bull's head with 3 smaller battalions side by side. I assume that's short for battalions. James, so thank Earl of Wessex plus trained bands plus Cromwell cinematic type garb Hollywood historical folks. So there will be some base DBR style and some free, maybe even a couple of larger scene battles. And Nerd says, gotta call it a night. See y'all later. See you, Nerdy. And have a good one.
See you, Nerd. Be back tomorrow.
That was a long section to breathe there.
It was. You're on the ball.
I'm trying. And of course, Fritz, I do that thing a couple hours ago, and already I see something else that I should have added to it. Next time.
It's alright.
James says the ECW project is a research and collecting one for sure. Roger that. Little reason for skirmishing pikemen, as you say.
Oh, man. Leather.
Get you some mink oil. It'll make that leather nice and soft.
Oh, the paint come off. Damn it.
Oh.
Gotta do one more. I think my neighbors are having a barbecue or something. They're getting loud. outside. How dare they?
In the middle of a rainstorm?
No, it's not raining now.
Fogging down here.
Nah, there's no rain. It only rained a little bit earlier today. That's all said and done. I'm gonna paint this guy's studded leather armor. And that'll be it for the night, I think. And tomorrow, a little bit more relaxed. Can paint some of my own stuff, do some other things, prep for some Pathfinder.
James says this isn't GURPS, but yeah, a lot of thought and planning going into that one. I want the two armies to be matched but played differently. Look, my God, my words today.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
Well, no, I got a lady coming down the stairwell. She looked at me and said, "Hi, can I pass them?"
Yep,
I have no idea what the hell I was trying to say, but that's how it came out. And she's looking at me like I've got 5 heads. And finally, after a minute of fumbling my words, I'm like, "Yes, ma'am, you can go through. Just be careful." It's been a day.
No karma.
I have no idea. I DM'd her.
She's slacking. I hope she's alright. That's alright. We'll see her soon enough. Probably tomorrow, I would imagine. Certainly Sunday. That's right.
Yes, sir.
This is time consuming. There's all kinds of little details, like all the studs I'm painting around. Gotta leave them black. As you can see.
Right.
Stand out so much better. Oh boy, it goes way up. Sisters of Battle have spoken. Yeah, tomorrow I'll spend my time most of the day working on the house. I want to get some stuff done. I really do. I'm excited to be able to move out there and get some games planned and going on. Jake will be coming over. I don't know if I can get it all set up by then, but yeah, you never know. It's not going to take too much effort to do this. Just need the time to go out and do it.
understand you on that. I've got a laundry list of chores here, and it's like trying to find the time and the energy to get there. It's just, yeah. Dave says Gauls will be more forgiving, thinking about a yellow undercoat. Yeah, I can see that.
Pitney bows. Pitney bows.
I just blitz the house. The answer will always be Kathy. Did I tell you I got the Cthulhu RPG starter box? Says Jane.
RPG starter box.
Now the Cthulhu RPG starter box.
He got it?
What he said.
No. Cthulhu? No. What did he say? He just got it, or he just read through it? He just got it.
He said, did I tell you I got the Cthulhu RPG starter box?
Yeah, I got that. It's pretty good.
He then follows up, sublimated my Napoleonic needs into a book game, thankfully. For now. Yeah, just as a resource. I have a Glorantha one too.
Yeah. Rune Quest. Glorantha is the setting for RuneQuest. Sounds like Galarian, doesn't it?
It really does. Put a few extra connotations in there, and you will have Galarian.
Yeah. Max is going to have... James, you'll be interested in this. Max is going to have Mr. Macris, the author of Axe, as a guest on one of his upcoming shows, like a month from now or something. Alexander Macris. He's going to be on his show for interview or something.
That orc's looking good.
Oh, these guys are going to look fantastic. You just wait.
Yeah.
I love painting 28s. I put a little bit more effort into them. So enjoyable.
Are they your favorite size to paint?
Yes, 28. By far.
Gotcha.
So I like detail. I like all the details that I could paint on there. Smaller figures, you can't really get all that detail.
Right.
So I like details. Painting them. Go ahead, Kyle. You were reading.
You're good. We have a rookie with us. He says, if you ever play Battletech Tabletop, don't ever bring Smash Savannah Masters to the tourneys. They will either kick you out or get angry. James says, "Oh, cool. Wondering when the condensed one is." Rookie says, "It's like a swarm of angry bees that just shred mercs to pieces." Oh, my. James says, "One book to rule them all." Damn right. Slap a ring on it. Rookie says, "I think Battletech's 28 mil, but the battle armor is like 8 millimeter, I think." James says, "B-Tech is 6 mil relative." Okay. I had another word fumble, Fritz. I'm going to smack myself senseless here in a minute. I like the helmet design there, Fritz.
So, to understand it, Kyle, when somebody says 28 millimeter scale, what they mean is that a man, a 6 foot tall man, is 28 millimeters
Okay.
in general. When they say, "Oh, I collect 15 millimeter figures," what they're saying is that a man, 6 foot tall man, is about 15 millimeters on the tabletop in general. When somebody says, "Oh, I collect 6 millimeter figures," or Battletech is 6 millimeter figures, it means that 6 millimeters on the tabletop, which is like a quarter inch, is a 6 foot tall man. It's what we mean in general. That's what it refers to, the height of a man.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So when Nerds collects 32 millimeter figures, what does it mean?
Next to a 6 foot man, these are 32 mil.
32 millimeters equates to a 6 foot tall or a normal sized man. That's what it's saying.
Okay, and then you just, go up or go down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Smaller scale is smaller dude. So that means if you're doing 15 mil, and 15 millimeters is like a 6 foot tall guy, then you can imagine how big a truck would be in 15 mil. It's all relative to the guy, If 15 mil is 6 feet and your truck is 12 foot long, it's going to be 30 millimeters long on the tabletop. You get that gives you an idea what we're talking about.
Okay, I got you. Learn something new every day.
There you go.
James says going to rest today and work on galls tonight. Roger that, James. You rest up. Rookie says the Savannah Masters all have medium lasers that do 5 damage each. Savannah Master you have, that's 12 mediums per company, and they are cheap as heck point wise.
What is he talking about? Battletech?
No idea. He says the mechs themselves are 28 millimeters tall. James says interesting to see one of the big channels turn to OPR after 40k 10th came out. Not if you chew nervously on the bases. 27.465 surely. Rookie says it's still gonna have 1,000 suns eventually. James says, yeah, go for it. Ghostly sarcophagus boys. I have some Battletech, but only the starters. I think they're talking about Battletech.
Is it Rookie Quad 6? Because he's all Battletech. I think it's all he does. I think that's it. So all his references are to Battletech mechs and stuff like that. I get lost when he starts talking because I don't play Battletech. I have no idea.
Threw me off.
No clue. But that's his jam. That's what he does. Battletech Mania. That's okay. Well, I got this done. He's got a big leather coat now. Yeah. Briefly goes in focus.
Like for the slightest of minute.
Yeah. I gotta get a new camera. Hi, Chihuahua. Yeah, that looks great, man. These are just the base coats. They're going to be shaded and they're going to be highlighted. And they're all going to look so fantasticals. You guys are going to love them.
Looking really good.
Thanks, James. Or Kyle. I'm always saying thanks, James.
I know.
You guys.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Filthy casuals like me, says James.
Oh, James.
Alpha Strike was meant for huge battles like Misery and... Oh. The joys of a darker undercoat. I get some of the paint coming off there. I gotta fix that up too. That's why you want to have one of those miniatures holders so you're not touching them with your hands. Paint will come off. What's going on here?
Oh, I think I know what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Either gloves or miniature holders.
It ain't gloves.
It's pronounced Tuk-I Id. Kabablan 9. Kabablan 9? Kabablan.
I almost thought it said shish kebab for a minute.
Yeah. Shishki Kababas. Welcome to Kababa's household of delights. Ali Kababa, at your service.
James says, get wooden craft blocks. They rule. Whoops. Rookie says, I only have a company of 10 of them, which is clanners?
Again, it's all references to Battletech.
Gonna do my clanners as Ghost Bear. Oh my. Ricky says Lincoln Logs work too. I can see that.
I used to love Lincoln Logs.
Same. I used to build all kinds of crazy shit with them.
Good times. Yep. Good times, the old Lincoln Logs.
Oh yeah, and then somebody would step on a Lincoln log as they were walking across the carpet, and then you never hear the end of it.
All the other kids had erector sets. I had Lincoln Logs.
I played with my Lincoln Logs so much that they actually wore through a few of them. James says, as they is chill, handpipe music intensified. Roger that. Rookie says, clanners equals Sengoku.
Sengoku what? What happened to you, Kyle? You cut out.
Yeah, like it went weird for a minute. Apologies. The rookie says, clanners equals Sengoku period warriors combined with a lot of other cultures. Imagine
Samurai.
Samurai?
Yeah, samurai. Samurai like dudes. Mechs.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. There you go, Fritz. Making progress. His clanners are Battletech Space Marines.
The inner sphere. Let me fix my camera. It's too bright. It's getting choppy. Good sesh today. Good sesh. Once again, I was the only one painting.
Reading the chat.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. James, you're okay too. There's no excuses for the rest of you. None. I think you... Go ahead.
James just asked the rookie if, are you an AI rookie? James says, nah. Wish I was, though. James says, you'll get there. Do you normally paint at dawn? Hello. I mean, eventually I might, but gee.
Oh, man.
Oh, that made my day. I appreciate it, James.
Time is 7:52. We had a 4-hour session today. Good progress. Good progress. I'm not upset. I'm happy with the progress. It was a little slow, but that's because the things I was doing were a bit tedious. I had to focus a little bit more. And what is it? It's the 6th. Okay. It's the 6th of October. So we got 3 more weeks. A little over 3 more weeks. I'm not rushing. I think we're making good time, though.
Oh, yeah, you're knocking it out.
Didn't see Ian today. Probably too late for him. Iron Man, he's gaming. It's good to see Nerds is in there. Kind of learning more about the hobby. That's good to see. This side of the hobby fence, I should say. Good stuff. There's so much to this hobby of ours. So much. And you're new coming into this, I can see being like, wow, really? You can do that? It's a little bit overwhelming what's out there. There's so much. It's crazy.
Kind of like role-playing games. You know, there's a lot of different systems out there.
Oh, that's right, Nerds. Her webpage. You can, what do you call it? YouTube is up.
Yep, I subbed to it.
Rookie. You got a web page or a YouTube, Rookie? I'm sure it would be 99% BattleTech. Which I have little, if any, interest in. But that's okay. Not everybody's into 40K or Napoleonic, so I get it. It's all okay. I forgive you, Rookie. I'll think tonight about what we're gonna do tomorrow. Besides Sisters of Battle.
Savage World.
Maybe a little Savage. Get a little Savage.
Yes, sir.
That's how we're learning our games. That's how we're playing our games too. Me and you get together with Jesse or whoever and we just mess around. That ends up being our game session.
Yeah, and that's
You
the
don't
best
even
way to
realize
learn
it.
is by doing it.
We will do that Draktamana campaign though. I got some time this week. I'll start thinking about it. Getting it ready. The only reason I'm not pushing Savage Worlds as much is because I don't have the freaking Deadlands, I should say. I don't have the Deadlands module yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to buy it. Don't worry about it. But I have to buy that yet. It's a premium content. But when I grab that, that's going to be all the tokens, all the Deadlands lore is going to be on our Savage Worlds thing. So we could, get into some Deadlands. And start getting ready to play that. I've got an adventure ready to go. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be our introduction, really, to Savage Worlds. We're going to play some Deadlands. So get your 6-shooter ready.
Yes, sir. I'm spinning her up right now.
That's going to be really good fun. And it's different from fantasy. Oh, it's good to take a break from fantasy now and then, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Play something different.
Let's jump on an old steam engine full of ghouls. Have a shootout. Sawed off shotguns.
Shotgun dynamite.
Yeah. You're going to have fun. You're going to have fun, Kyle. You'll be getting yourself some dynamite and nitroglycerin and throwing them bottles at the enemy. Take this, you varmint.
Darn tootin' rapscallions, take the... Yeah.
Dropping a big couple sticks of dynamite on the guy.
Like, I can see James down there trying to talk his way out of a tense situation, and you just see me up on the back of the rail car about to, standing by the steam pipe where the, and I've got like 2 great big bundles of dynamite, one in each hand, and I just drop them in there. Hey,
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
gonna be
James,
fun.
negotiations are over.
Yeah, gonna be fun. I'm going to have the 3D printers set up out there, but there's going to be an issue, and it's going to be the heat. Until I get the heat squared away in the house, I'm not going to be able to do any printing. That's the only issue. I got to get the heat situated out there by the time winter comes. Otherwise, it's going to be like till spring when I can actually get the heat settled. Because I got a big old wood coal burner. I want to move out there and have a chimney put in. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that this year. I might. And if I'm using electric heat, that's going to be a biatch.
Oh yeah, that's gonna rake your power bill like nobody's business.
Yeah, I'll be locked away in my little room there in the house there, like I am here, basically. Covered windows and everything, just hovering around a little space heater. Well, it's not a space heater, it's an actual proper heater, but still, it's electric. And so I don't know if I want to do that just to heat up the room to print. So it might be an issue. We'll see. We'll see. James is going to send me some solar panels.
Hey, that's actually not a bad idea. I mean,
It's not.
I've never messed with them.
It's not. There's all kinds of ways I'm thinking of with water heat and everything.
Boy, Kyle, read the comments, please. Yes, sir. got. Oh my lord, there's a lot of them here. Okay. I gotta get my inner breath going on here.
So, do they have a USB solar panel?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Is that legit? Place it in the windowsill?
Yeah, and it just charges.
Huh. I didn't
James
know.
says gave her a like. Whenever you had mentioned her channel there, Rookie says, by what I mean, the clanners are only like samurai because they are obsessed with honor and they dropped conjunctions from their vocabulary. James says, and they activated the time Weenus in 3667. Rookie says the timeline is at 3150, I believe still, and no, I deleted all of my cringy stuff. James says, need to make a custom mech called Low. Grave break. Okay. Rookie says, I only like Napoleonics because of Sharp. Sharp was alright.
Who said that?
The Iron Duke. The Rookie. 666. Sharp was okay. James says, choose men and crudely. I have no idea. I will read up on basic fantasy RPG. The Rookie says custom mechs are usually called, I forget the term, damn it. That's a long abbreviation to have to make up at the table. James says a third through pike and snot now. No, all fantasy all the time. I have bells on my shoes. Okay, I have no reply to that. Rookie says dual wielding model 1887s. Yes, sir. James says light roast mentary. Minor bite. Dr. George repeating carbine. Rent me some pants and a tooth, says James. The Rookie Doc Holliday is still my favorite person from way back when. Same. James replied, and a grave break for John. We'll send you a Wii heater and one of those USB solar panels. We talked about that. That might help. Just place it in a windowsill. Yep. Or Kyle, read the comments, please. I've been reading them, my brother. Don't worry about it. James says, have been researching that and water purification for you on the cheap. Same as cheap vertical garden pots. We gonna get you prepped, old boy. The Rookie replies, Yeti, the microphone company, makes battery backups and solar panels along with jackery. Okay.
Yeti? I got a Yeti microphone. They make stuff like that too? Jeez. I haven't really thought about that. Looking into the heating stuff. I'm going to have to look a little bit deeper, I guess. There's some interesting ideas there. By the way, I have in front of me here, this is Basic Fantasy. This is the hard copy. Again, Kyle, this is like $8. You can get it on Amazon. This is all you need to have to play basic D&D.
Oh, nice.
This is one way to go about it, and I like this approach. It's a little bit more modernized. It's not stuck on the old classic D&D rules as much. I mean, it's goes out of its way to improve upon it without taking away from it. And this is really popular system. A lot of people like this Basic Fantasy, it's called. And there's a lot of little supplement books you can get, most of which are free. And yeah, it's a labor of love. Easy to grasp and learn. And I think we're going to do this with folks here in the chat, including James. You roll up a character just like we did before. I don't know if it's 3d6 down the line or 4d6 drop the lowest. I don't remember. 4d6 drop the lowest is probably the best. My favorite way was Gary Gygax's favorite way of doing it. It is mine as well.
Okay, and we'll use it. James says, good for $8 USD. I'm getting ready today, and the emphasis on today, all capped.
You can play dwarves, elves, halflings, and humans. And the classes are cleric, fighter, magic user, thief. That's it. Those are the core classes. Cleric, fighter, magic user, thief. So yeah, if you're coming from Pathfinder 2nd edition, it's going to be like, is that it? That's it? There's nothing else? Oh,
Yeah,
there's
that's
more.
what I was thinking.
They had added to this game with supplements and stuff, but these are the core ones you want to play with. You don't want to bother with all these other silly things, in my opinion. This is basic fantasy role play. Why would you want to play anything else? If you want to play basic stuff, here you go. You're not going to have countless classes and races. Why would you want them? If you're going to play basic fantasy, why would you want them?
You wouldn't.
Yeah, you'd play Pathfinder. You'd play 5e.
Exactly.
You'd play something else if you want that kind of stuff. So, like I said, it's easy to get into and dive into and play, and it's in the old school style. There's a lot of player interaction like you love so much. You're going to have fun with that. Being creative and imaginative.
Well, we get pretty crazy on the role play side.
So we're going to have some fun with this, rookie. What I'll do is I'll probably come up with some adventures. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you guys into the stream to play with me. And you guys in the chat can play as well. Get out a piece of paper, roll up your character, roll up your dice, give me the results, and we'll play together. I'm not going to use many maps, if any. It's all going to be theater of the mind. And I'm going to take you guys on some thrilling adventures in an old school style. All right? That's the goal. That's what we want to do here.
You know I'm game.
You are. Count on Kyle. He's going to play a fighter. He's going to play a dwarf fighter.
Elven thief.
If you qualify for one.
Yeah, true.
Elf thief. Yeah.
Something completely different for me.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Ooh, it takes you up to 20th level. Nice.
James says, I'm polishing my helmet right now.
Yeah. All right, let's roll a d12 here. You're level 1. Every 3 turns, I check for wandering monsters on a d6. On a roll of a 1, there's going to be an encounter. So, all right, you've been traveling for an hour. I'm going to roll here. If I can... I need to roll a 1 and a d6. It came up 4, but we're going to say it's a 1. So now, it's level 1 of the dungeon. So I need to roll a d12, it says. So let's roll a d12, my favorite. And see what you guys encounter. 6. 6 is an NPC party. Bandits. Alright, so let's go to bandit and see how many. In fact, let's not do bandit. Let's do another one. 4. Kobolds. Okay, let's look up kobolds. Kobolds. MNO, JK, JK, Kobold, L, MNO, PQRS, JK, 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 J, J. Giant leech. Living statue. Lizards. Wait a minute, JK. K comes before L. What am I looking at? Where are they? Kobold. Here it is. Alright, kobold. Let's see. Number appearing is 4d4, 60-10 in the wilderness, and 60-10 in a lair. So this is a patrol. So 4d4. My least favorite die. So let's roll. Yep, caltrop. Let's roll the d4 4 times. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kobolds appear. Well, maybe they're going to ambush you. You don't see them yet. They have morale 6, treasure type P, Q each, and 6 if in a lair. So they're going to have treasure type P and Q. So let's say you defeat them and you want to loot the bodies. I got to look up P and Q. Each one has P and Q. I got to go to table P and table Q. Individual treasures. All right. 3d8 copper pieces. I'm going to multiply this by 7. So I need my d8. Damn it, I got to get my dice down here. So let's roll d8. 3d8. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 19 copper pieces times 7. No silver, no electrum, no gold, no platinum, no gems or jewels, no magic items. So basically you got yourself a lot of copper pieces from beating up these guys.
Oh my. Rookie says Kobold Harem sounds fun. The heck is Electrum? The rookie says it's. How do I explain this? You have copper, silver, and gold. Normally, those are your main, But then there's one above that called Electrum.
Electrum should be less than gold. I think it's in between gold and silver.
Ah, okay.
Platinum is the best. That's above gold. So Electrum is like one of those little in-betweens. I don't know why there even is Electrum. That's a lot of different types of coin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, why is it so complicated? Why do you need so many different types?
Yeah, just keep it 3. Copper, silver, gold. Boom. Done.
Yeah. That's classic D&D, though. It's fantasy with lasers, and that's fun. So anyway, that's planned. When I read it up and get something set up, I'll let everybody know. I'll surprise everybody. Making characters is quick and easy. Silver and gold. Maybe that's why I keep losing my monetization on videos. I keep singing copyrighted music or something. That shouldn't be, though.
Worse happen.
It's karaoke law. I'm allowed to sing songs. Oh, here's a bone golem. He's got multiple arms. Hit dice 8. Ooh, he's nasty.
a beefy boy.
Yeah, he is. Number of attacks, 4 weapons. Damn. It's got 4 arms, so yeah. He saves as a fighter of 4th level. Morale 12, so he never gives up. Treasure type, none. Experience 945 if you defeat him. 945 XP.
That's a chunk.
Medusa. Armor class 12, hit dice 4, with 2 asterisks. So they got some magical stuff going on. Number of attacks, 1 snake bite and a gaze attack. Damage is 1d6 plus poison bite and petrification gaze. Movement 30. Number appearing 1d3 in a dungeon, 1d4 in the wilderness, and 1d4 in a lair. They save as fighter 4th level, so they're not that tough. It's magic. Morale 8, so they can be broken. Treasure type F. I'm sure they got lots of treasure. Hit dice is only 4 though, so they're only worth 320 XP if you defeat one. That's manageable. Lynxthropes. Were-rats, were-tigers, werewolf, were-boar, were-bear. Woolly-bully. Giant leech, that looks painful. And these kobolds are old school. They're not related to dragons. They're actually dog-faced humanoids with reptilian skin.
Oh my.
Yeah, that was the original concept of kobolds back in the old days. So they actually kind of bark when they're talking.
I kind of imagine them like chihuahuas. They kind of yap.
Yeah. And they love traps. They love to trap their opponents and catch them in nets and ambush them. They're more likely to catch you in nets and then all descend on you with spears and just stab you while you're stuck in the net. That's their style.
Ambush, hit and run.
Yeah. Lamprey. Time is it? We're going to call the chat pretty soon, folks. Because I'm getting tired and I'm getting really frickin' hungry. I haven't eaten all day.
Same here. I'm fumbling the words. And this rain has got me lulled.
You start to sway?
Yeah, a bit. I really am. Cobalt Harem sounds fun. The heck is Electrum? We went over that. Copyright bots have negative 5,000 IQ. They strike everything that a person tells them, fits the description, including if it's what they themselves post. Bungie got hit by a con artist who pretended to be from an organization hired by Bungie. Oh my. Yes, they did. Giant sea lamprey, and since then, kobolds have been animeified. Okay. Animeified. I don't think I ever heard that one before.
I don't know, it depends on the game. Pathfinder's taken the direction of they're more related to dragons.
Mm-hmm.
They've taken that direction. So they're basically more related to dragons. So they kind of look more like the lizard side of things, more like the dragon side of things than the dog side of things. Which I think works. It's great for Galarian and its setting. I wouldn't call them anime-esque at all. I think that's more of an art portrayal than anything. Cute lizard folk who are usually only found near dragons. Yeah, that could be with anyone though. Any game could see them that way.
You know, true. It's all about the system and the setting you're playing in. Like, hands down, I'll be openly honest. Kobolds are my most killed creature.
Yeah.
You know,
They are kind of fun, but that's the setting, you know. That's all right. They're not as dark and menacing as the old school ones, but what game has the old school stuff? Not many.
no, not many at all. But where kobolds are really deadliest, and I'm sure that you know this, Fritz, but where kobolds are the dangerous, well, dangerous, but the most danger.
There you got it. You got it.
Uh,
Dangerous.
yeah, the danger. See,
The hell was that?
it's been one of those days where they are the most dangerous. Words is actually at in packs. You know, packs of 6 to 8 will swarm you, and you can't get away from them. So where they're most lethal is in packs, but just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, no, they're pushovers. But you start getting into the upper echelon of like 6, 7, 8. That one time we walked into an area and we had 12 kobolds sitting there, and I'm like, "Nah, fam, I'm out." I refuse to kill kobolds, only stinking goblins. Hey, I've killed plenty of both, rookie.
How does 5e treat them?
They're pretty much they're kind of a lot like Pathfinder, but like they hold up in like sewers or in you know, like if you're playing in Faerun and like you're exploring through Neverwinter, you'll find a lot of them in the kind of like a rat pack kind of almost, but you'll find a lot of them like underground. You won't really see them as much in the surface. They are very swarmy and they use like tight corners to their advantage. Like when we were marching into the sewers one time, just an onslaught campaign, like it wasn't really anything big. We were all just kind of dicking around. And yeah, we came across a party of 7 kobolds and they had like booby trapped the area, and you know, they're very clever. So they kind of portray that in 5e kind of. They're not really a threat unless they have like a really big pack. You know, like we were hunting the pack, and yeah, it just went sideways. They are very lethal underground, very, very lethal.
So, let's look at the old school kobolds first in images. Let me find some good ones. Like, it's kind of an old school one, right? It kind of looks like a dragon though still. Let me go back. So I don't think they normally have horns. I could be wrong. I'd have to look at some old school pictures. These all kind of look like dragons. The tail is questionable. Well, let's look at some Pathfinder ones. Alright, here's the Pathfinder kobold. Some of them. They definitely got horns. They definitely have the thick tail, and they look like a lizard. You know, they're supposedly related to the dragon. Almost like snakes. I like it. I like him this way. But I like him the other way too. Where they're more like dogs and they're copper colored. And this is a nasty looking one.
Ooh.
He's just sinister. Trapmaster. There's some that look like this. It's all a matter of how you're portraying them. I could see how these would look kind of cute.
there's a scholar. That's
Here-
the real kobolds there.
This is the same kind of kobold, except betrayed very viciously. This is actually a nice picture. Again,
He's
it's
a chieftain.
yeah, and here's one that looks like a dog one. Hiya!
Like he says, so kobolds are like the slime. That's your problem. You were marching, not sneaking. Well, of course I was marching. What's the point in sneaking in full plate armor? I just kick down the door and get in there. Skirmisher, levy, kobold. Against an army of battle masters, that's never gonna end well. For kobolds.
That's a good picture.
Imagine fighting that guy.
The Chad, Pathfinder 2E Kobold. The Virgin, 5E Kobold.
I believe it.
Yeah, there's the adventure we played.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. I will admit, that was a lot of fun.
Kobold Brute from D&D 5e.
Yeah, I've put down many of those.
There goes Sheppy.
I can imagine Sheppy striking that pose as he like chucks the bomb over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, rookie, by those numbers, yeah, the party should have lost. I heard a story of an elder red dragon and over 10,000 kobold against a party of 8. Somehow the party won doesn't make sense. They should have been wiped. Doesn't make sense how they won that. Well, I mean, I would have had to have seen the battle report for where they picked this particular engagement. Like if it was underground or something, I could maybe see, putting the fighters up front to be that heavy, rock that the waves of the kobolds break off of, while the others kind of caved in, for lack of a better word, the tunnel. But if it was open, yeah, no. If it was an open battlefield, no, those kobolds and that dragon should have been all over that party, no matter what size, no matter what level they were, no matter what gear they had.
So I'm getting a lot of dropped frames from the stream's connection, so it's an internet thing. So I'm going to end the stream here because it's all in the red for some reason. Well, it seems to be getting better now. I don't know what happened there. But anyway, I'm going to call it here. Kyle's getting tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. Thanks, Rookie, for joining today and keeping the conversation alive. And Jams, and everybody else that joined today. We didn't see Squirrel, Iron Man, Nerds, appreciate it. Everybody that popped in today. Good stuff. I'm going to be back again tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, Kyle. Gonna be back again tomorrow for some craziness. I'll think of what we're gonna do. I'm definitely gonna paint some sisters. Might do some Pathfinder stuff to prep for tomorrow's game. Might play some Vermintide. Who knows? Maybe we'll just go random and seat of our pants and see what flies. Shall we? I think so.
Yes, sir.
So Kyle, give an outro for us.
Yes, sir. Y'all be careful, be safe, have fun. That's all from me tonight. Was good as always hanging out with you guys. You all are always awesome. And yeah, y'all be safe, have fun, stay dirty. Love yous, and we'll see y'all in the morning.
See you again, folks. Remember, hang in there. It's only going to get better. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.